There is an invisible, yet indivisible presence fueling India's power. Steel, cement, and a host of industries that form the economic growth of the nation. Coal. Buried in the dark depths of the earth, coal, the black diamond, electrifies the country and brings cheer to the lives of countrymen. And Coal India Limited spearheads coal production in India, contributing over 82% of the country's entire coal output. The Maharatna PSU is the largest coal-producing company in the world and is synonymous with Indian energy sector. Coal India Limited is the apex holding company operating through 7 coal-producing subsidiaries and 1 mine planning and design institute spread across 8 provincial states of the country. The producing companies are Eastern Coalfields Limited, Bharat Coking Coal Limited, Central Coalfields Limited, Southeastern Coalfields Limited, Western Coalfields Limited, Northern Coalfields Limited and Mahanadi Coalfields Limited. Predominantly, the company's production comes through open cast mines, whose mechanization is compared with the best in the world. Technology adoption and deploying the latest methods is constant endeavor in both open cast and underground mines. Apart from its vanguard role in India's energy front, Coal India also has strong financial fundamentals and is one of the highest contributors to government exchequer, both central and states. Coal India, under the guidance of Ministry of Coal, has introduced many consumer-friendly schemes and initiatives for ease of doing business with the company, like supply of crushed and quality coal and easy availability of indigenous coal. Coal India virtually empowers the power sector in the country. Coal India is working towards reducing coal imports to the extent possible through higher production and increased supplies. The company is also strengthening its transport logistics for evacuation of coal. In an effort to become a net zero energy company and offset its thermal power consumption, Coal India is pursuing solar power initiative with another CPSU. Coal India is fully conscious of its corporate citizen role and pursues mining with a human face. Coal India's CSR spend is one of the highest in the country, exceeding rupees 400 crores annually, encompassing education, rural development, healthcare, women empowerment, water supply, roads, skill development and sports. The aim is to improve quality of life of the community living in the proximity of coal fields. Protection of environment is of paramount importance to Coal India, and the company is committed to safeguard environment in its mining areas. Eco-friendly mining systems have been put in place in all mining areas. Mine planning is carried out by integrating environmental concerns by using Minex software. Coal India brings back the green cover over its mined out areas by massive tree plantation. The strategic vision of the company is to be on a path of accelerated growth with enhancement in productivity, competitiveness and profitability while meeting the growing demand of coal in the country in an environmentally and socially sustainable manner. As India stands on the brink of transformation from a developing economy to a global player, Coal India is ready with new projects, developments and initiatives. Coal India Limited. Mining prosperity.
The year was 1920, when some of my forefathers thought that female education needed to be propagated much more actively than was the custom in those days. The latest addition to our bouquet of institutions has been the Calcutta Business School.
The Calcutta Business School programs have been designed for freshers and business professionals to enhance their skills in contemporary subjects as well as business analytics and data science. Calcutta Business School evolved from the need for a world-class business school in eastern India.
Providing quality education has always benefited the society at large. Shiksha Foundation has been given a lot of opportunities not only to women but providing to the new generation, and it has adopted new models to serve the world. Its biggest achievement has been investing in the higher education and especially the business school, the Calcutta Business School.
If excelling is your essence, then you are welcome to Calcutta Business School. Center of Excellence, centered on excellence.
There is an invisible, yet indivisible presence fueling India's power: steel, cement, and a host of industries that form the economic growth of the nation. Coal. Buried in the dark depths of the earth, coal, the black diamond, electrifies the country and brings cheer to the lives of countrymen. And Coal India Limited spearheads coal production in India, contributing over 82% of the country's entire coal output. The Maharatna PSU is the largest coal-producing company in the world and is synonymous with Indian energy sector. Coal India Limited is the apex holding company operating through 7 coal-producing subsidiaries and 1 mine planning and design institute spread across 8 provincial states of the country. The producing companies are Eastern Coalfields Limited, Bharat Coking Coal Limited, Central Coalfields Limited, Southeastern Coalfields Limited, Western Coalfields Limited, Northern Coalfields Limited, and Mahanadi Coalfields Limited. Predominantly, the company's production comes through open cast mines, whose mechanization is compared with the best in the world. Technology adoption and deploying the latest methods is constant endeavor in both open cast and underground mines. Apart from its vanguard role in India's energy front, Coal India also has strong financial fundamentals and is one of the highest contributors to government exchequer, both central and states. Coal India, under the guidance of Ministry of Coal, has introduced many consumer-friendly schemes and initiatives for ease of doing business with the company, like supply of crushed and quality coal and easy availability of indigenous coal. Coal India virtually empowers the power sector in the country. Coal India is working towards reducing coal imports to the extent possible through higher production and increased supplies. The company is also strengthening its transport logistics for evacuation of coal. In an effort to become a net zero energy company and offset its thermal power consumption, Coal India is pursuing solar power initiative with another CPSU. Coal India is fully conscious of its corporate citizen role and pursues mining with a human face. Coal India's CSR spend is one of the highest in the country, exceeding rupees 400 crores annually, encompassing education, rural development, healthcare, women empowerment, water supply, roads, skill development and sports. The aim is to improve quality of life of the community living in the proximity of coal fields. Protection of environment is of paramount importance to Coal India, and the company is committed to safeguard environment in its mining areas. Eco-friendly mining systems have been put in place in all mining areas. Mine planning is carried out by integrating environmental concerns by using Minex software. Coal India brings back the green cover over its mined-out areas by massive tree plantation. The strategic vision of the company is to be on a path of accelerated growth with enhancement in productivity, competitiveness and profitability while meeting the growing demand of coal in the country in an environmentally and socially sustainable manner. As India stands on the brink of transformation from a developing economy to a global player, Coal India is ready with new projects, developments and initiatives. Coal India Limited, Mining, prosperity. is an invisible, yet indivisible presence fueling India's power. Steel, cement, and a host of
Good afternoon, everyone. May we request everybody to be seated. Welcome to the Next Gen Employability Conclave by the People Management Committee, Bengal Chamber of Commerce. It's indeed a pleasure to have you this afternoon. This was a concept way back we tried. It's the 4th edition. We are back in business after the COVID. The first 3 events were done live, and it's such a pleasure and honor to be called back again to do this small, the function that we have. And as the evening proceeds, we'll listen to all the deliberations. The key item being, water, water everywhere, not a drop to drink. Like the rhyme of the ancient mariner, so many people, but we can't employ them. So today we'll deliberate, and the captains of industry are here. For me, being an ex-co-chair of Bengal, this People Management Committee, I felt like Robert De Niro in the intern or Prosenjit's Baishe Strabon. Again, to be called back to do this cameo, to do the MC without any delay. And thank you for your time. May I begin the program and inaugurate with a big round of applause from each one of you. I would first invite Mr. Ranjan Sarkar, Chairperson, People Management Committee, the Bengal Chamber of Commerce, and the Head HR, Exide Industries, to come up on stage. Ranjan. Can we give him a round cheer? Yeah. Thank you, sir. May I invite Mr. Shubhit Chakraborty, the Bengal Chamber of Commerce, the President, and the CEO of Exide Industries. Thank you, sir. Mr. Gautam Ray, President Designate, and our very EDCSC, Power Group, RPSC. Can you kindly come up on stage? My very beloved and my ex-boss, in a way, in the Bengal Chamber, Somesh Da, Mr. Somesh Dasgupta, the mentor of the People Management Committee. And of course, last but not the least, Mr. Vinay Ranjan, Director Personnel IR, Coal India Limited. Can we give a big round of applause to the gentleman out there? Thank you so much, Sumeshda. Hope you are partying. You didn't. Okay. May I first invite Mr. Ranjan Sarkar, Chairperson of this People Management Committee, to deliver his welcome address. Mr. Ranjan. I mean, whichever way you.
Mr. Shubhit Chakraborty, President BCCNI and MD and CEO Exide. Mr. Gautam Ray, President Designate BCCNI and ED CAC and Power Group. Mr. Somesh Dasgupta, Mentor, People Committee, BCCNI and Whole-Time Director of India Power Corporation. And our Chief Guest, Mr. Vinay Ranjan, Director, Personal IR, Coal India. Other speakers and dignitaries that will be there in today's event, and all the audience, those who are here and those who are with us digitally or on the social media, a warm welcome to all of you and good afternoon for this 4th edition of People Committee. Very quickly, as you all know, we are sitting today in this building of a 190 years institution, which has its own legacy, which has its own pride, has been led by many stalwart presidents over years. I'm very glad and privileged to be part of the People Committee this year, mentored by Shomesh Dasgupta, who has been the mentor of this People Committee as well. This year, the People Committee has started off with this initiative, but the focus of Bengal BCCNI in general and People Committee also would be to go beyond Bengal this year. There will be a little focus on industry, academia, in the kind of initiatives that we'll plan to do. And hopefully we'll also try to do initiatives around beyond Bengal and beyond India as well in themes around Southeast Asia, because that's where the epicenter of the world seems to be converging. Today we will have keynote addresses by our president, by our president designate, our chief guest, our mentor of the committee, followed by very interesting panel discussions in the area of how roles are changing over time. We'll have a stalwart from the HR in fraternity, Dr. Sanjay Muttal, who will have a fire chat session, followed by another panel discussion of non-conventional employment avenues that are emerging in general in the corporate as well as non-conventional areas outside corporate, followed by closing remarks, and then we'll invite perhaps most of you for our evening informal dinner. So with this, I welcome everybody and start this People Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sarkar, for that inspirational beginning. Well begun is half done, as they say. With that, may I call upon the President, Mr. Shubir Chakraborty, the President of Bengal Chamber of Commerce, for your President's address. Sir.
Mr. Ranjan, Mr. Gautam Ray, Mr. Shomesh Dasgupta, Mr. Ranjan Sarkar, other dignitaries in the audience, participants, good afternoon to all of you, and a very warm welcome to this very important conclave on people management. As my colleague Ranjan just said, this is a 190-year-old institution. I sometimes wonder 190 years ago what they would have discussed in the same location and in the same hall. Perhaps they discussed slave trade, because many of you may not be aware, managing agency houses like Bamalori, Andrew Yule actually indulged in slave trade in those days. So we have come a long way since those days. And today, this is a very important topic. And perhaps I don't fit in with this crowd because we have a lot of stalwarts from the HR functional area, and I certainly don't belong to this area of specialization. I started my career in marketing, and first 30 years I've spent in that discipline before graduating to general management. General management sometimes is described as jack of all trades and master of none. So from that perspective, if I were to look at HR today, then I have some observations, and I cannot help but bring in the marketing bias in my thought process and analysis as I look at this function. So the most commonly repeated sentence today in the HR fraternity is, we have a lot of openings, but we are not getting suitable candidates. We just don't know where to look. Why are the candidates not suitable? There are so many people who are unemployed, unfortunately also unemployable. So if I were to look at this problem with a marketing lens, and if I were to think of the organization as the supplier, and this vast army of youth as the customers, then I often ask this question that what has gone wrong? Why suddenly they have become unemployable? So I think, as in any marketing situation, one needs to understand the customer. But before we begin to understand what the customer is wanting or what the youth are wanting, we need to first understand ourselves. Do we have a clear understanding of what we want? I think this is very important, because if we do not know what we want, we certainly cannot demand that skill set from people whom we desire to employ. So, when we say that we are not able to get the right candidates, my question is, who has failed? The people who are graduating out of colleges, or the industry which is trying to employ them? It's a valid question, because somewhere the failure has taken place. So, coming back to the question, do we know what we want? Now, the problem with that question is that today we are living in a very, very uncertain world. We call it VUCA, very turbulent times. You do not know next what is going to happen, whether it's going to be a pandemic, some bank will fail, some earthquake will happen. We just don't seem to have clarity about where we are navigating and what kind of future is waiting for us. In this situation, it is not uncommon for people to be not sure about what they want. So, in this situation, what is it that is required? When the situation is uncertain, you require frequent consultation and discussions. So we discuss with whom? So the graduates coming out of colleges, the academia, I think we require frequent industry-academia interactions so that we can quickly understand whatever changes are taking place and then adapt to those changes. Let me give you an example. This IT industry, which supposedly employs lakhs and lakhs of people. When the IT industry first started growing in this country, they started employing engineers. So it did not matter what discipline you studied in your engineering course, as long as you knew some basics of processing, and as long as you had a minimally analytical mind, you could be employed in that sector. The question is, did the IT industry really require engineers? What they required were people with good analytical framework. It's not necessary that they had to employ engineers. So, over a period of time, what happened is that number of engineering colleges mushroomed all over the country. The teachers in those colleges knew that these students whom they were teaching, whatever they were teaching, metallurgical engineering, chemical engineering, mechanical engineering, was not important, because ultimately they'll go out and join the IT sector. Students also knew that what they were being taught was not important, because whatever they had learned in school was good enough. They just needed a degree to go out there and get a job. Just imagine the extent of wastage of national resources in developing people into a discipline in which they were not required and they did not want to be. So I come back to the industry-academia consultations. Would it not have been much better if there were consultations and the industry would have specified what is it that they want. And accordingly, people who are interested to get into the IT sector, they could have gone through a tailor-made course. There was no need to put this garb of engineering onto this education. So now, I think the same IT sector is at the edge of a cliff. I'll tell you why. Because the vast army of people who are being employed today, in the course of this decade, they will find that many of their jobs that they are doing today will be taken over by artificial intelligence. What happens then to the lakhs of students who are going to come out of these institutes? Have you given a thought to that? Very easy for us 5 years from now to say, these people are useless, they cannot be employed. But the time is now. Today we must have that consultation, because I can see how artificial intelligence is taking over many of those functions. These people will not be required, and in any case, they have not taken engineering seriously. So what do? So this is why I say that I think we require to tailor-make courses for our requirements. But first we have to understand what our requirements are. There have been a few institutes which have been proactive and have done things on their own. Because today we live in a very complex world where multidisciplinary approach is very, very necessary. If I look at my alma mater 40 years ago, what they were and what it is today, IIT Madras, today you can do research on drug delivery for cancer patients in an institute of technology. This is because the institute has been proactive enough to understand the future requirements and has been able to introduce courses which people are able to take across disciplines. So, what I am trying to emphasize here is frequent consultations and a multidisciplinary approach is something which is very much required today in our present context. In any case, I think we have a galaxy of stalwarts here today who know much more than me in this area, and I'm sure you are eagerly waiting to listen to all of them. I wish you all a very productive and a pleasant afternoon, and a warm welcome to all of you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, sir, for your thought-provoking address. Raised a lot of questions. Who was right, the institute or the industry? Who was wrong? So I really thought of a lot of things, that where are we getting things skewed? How does curriculum fit into? We can have an IT engineer. You don't need an engineer garb. So a lot of thoughts, I think, has set the tone for the seminar. With that, may I first thank Sir once again for a thought-provoking presidential address, and then call upon Mr. Gautam Roy, President-designate, ED CSCHR, for his keynote address.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chakraborty, President, Mr. Somesh Dasgupta, my friend also, Mr. Binay Ranjan, he is the director of Coal India. We had occasions to meet quite frequently, and Ranjan, of course, who is the main driver behind such event, and also this subcommittee, which is a very active and dynamic one here. Rightly said that change is happening very fast, but that is the truth not for today, the truth when the civilization started. We have changed and we will change. And change is the legacy probably. Now, anything, whenever we discuss any subject, the context is very important. Today's context, all of us know, President also mentioned about the uncertainty. Nothing more the example of COVID, what the world has faced, nothing more than that we can give as an example of the uncertainty. We can have n number of seminars on uncertainty management, but we really faced when it happened. Customer first, always we talk about, but ultimately now they are the deciding factor. They decide. That mindset change is important, stakeholder management, cost leadership in this competitive cutting edge, that's very important. Technology, of course, the rate of change of obsolescence of technology, we have to cope up. Sustainability is another very key element, what is writing on the wall. Whole world is moving towards that. And taking all this context into consideration, we have to have the knowledge, skill, and capability. And there lies the issue of whether we have that capability, we have that abundant resource, which will really meet the requirement of this context, what I have mentioned. If we go back to the education, if that's the foundation, definitely you will face, absolutely you will find that two, I would not say contradictory, but two different stream of happening. One is there you will find huge level of specialization, deep specialization. When we graduated, quote unquote, this electrical engineering, civil engineering, doesn't mean today actually. There is at least 3 to 4 level of specialization is taking place. As well as there you will find integration. Chemistry integrated with biology, I mean, this is the very fundamental thing I am speaking. Nanotechnology, nanobiotechnology, these are the huge level of 3-layer, 4-layer integration is happening in education. And so it's not a scalar quantity, it's a very complex differential equation and a vector quantity. And unless we can address that fundamentals, it will be difficult to really address the issues of the present day. Now, coming to the topic of employment or employability, had it been stopped there, it would have been something else. But you have added, Somesh, challenges of next gen. So that added another dimension to the entire process. And if we try to address the issue with our mindset, very structured, monolithic approach, it will not fly. Because the element what is there, particularly when we talk about uncertainty, it cannot be unidirectional. The industry can think of various forms of employment, but the employee cannot. It cannot fly. So today we have to accept about the very niche and critical skill availability, the upskilling and reskilling, and have to accept the engagement with little bit of flexibility. Whenever we talk about flexibility, we think that time, there should not be a time, work from home. I'm not speaking of that flexibility. I'm speaking of the flexibility in the decision-making process. Flexibility in the approach and the process itself. You have heard about the gig workers. There has been a huge debate going on, the moonlighting. There is a huge phenomena, remarkable phenomena. 67% of the US employment, they are suffering from quiet quitting. I am there, but I am not there. This is a disease by itself. So unless we can put the element of freedom in the thinking process, There is a book called Deep Purpose. I would suggest you to read by a HBS professor, Ranjay Gulati. Unless employees can find a purpose, and particularly the employees which we are speaking of, they are not wanting a job. They want to work. So always there is a question, who am I in the process? What is my addition value to the process? And the challenge remains that how to encourage those truly decentralized thinking process, element of freedom, element of empowerment, and keep them engaged. On the one hand, any industry has to compete, has to be on the top of the league with the latest technology, with the continuity, with the sustainability. On the other hand, the people whom they will engage will be a floating mass. That we have to accept. And so necessarily it will not be a firm, structured, very concrete type of engagement. It can be loose. Let it be loose. It's more important that how much they are emotionally connected. It's more important how much they are finding purpose in your organization. And that is the challenge. The challenge today, if we think about in a very, very traditional way, I don't think we will get the answer. You just think about the industry. I'm not speaking of mine. Yes, we could not stop for a minute during the deep crisis of COVID. Hospital industry, the industries which could not stop, how could they run? Was there any diktats? Was there any penal punitive measure to the employees that you have to be on the field? Whatever may be in your life? No. It's more of a sense of responsibility, more of emotional connect. And that's the spirit how the whole world survived during the COVID. And that is the lesson we have to take. And unless we can really go into that deep level of understanding, deep level of skill development, that purpose, what we are going to face tomorrow will be a major, major crisis we will face. So, to me, this is most important is this flexibility management, this attitude management. And that we have to really work on. The industries, and it is, I am telling you, it's not really that a policy which will come from the top of the industry. At every level, we have a responsibility to play. And really, that industry will survive, grow, flourish, who will be able to address this particular area, what actually it is my thought process. And I am finding this has to be something which need to be discussed. Of course, there are galaxy of leading HR experts here. I find this will be a very, very useful and successful event, and hope that you will enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gautam Ray, President-designate ED-CSCHR, for that very inspiring thoughts. He's planted a lot of thoughts, and the word which stuck in me is deep purpose. So are we really having a deep purpose? And we'll try to read that book. It was something very inspirational, and he's raised a lot of deep questions that a millennial will not think like me, a baby boomer. A young man will want, not more work, but fun, connectedness, emotional part of it, which I think will be deliberated this afternoon. Thank you, sir, for that very thought-provoking address and the deep address. And with that, may I call the Don Corleone, and I was the Al Pacino at one time, the godfather of the People Management Committee. Can we give him a big round of cheer? It's again a homecoming for me. He is a whole-time director of India Power and the mentor, and it's always a pleasure. Once upon a time, we were like the Don Corleone and the Marlon Brando and Al Pacino.
Thank you, Rahul. Very happy to see you for a long time. Very good. Good afternoon, everybody. Respected guest of honor of today's function, Mr. Binay Ranjan, Director, Personnel and IR of Coal India, our own President of Bengal Chamber, Mr. Chakravarti, Managing Director and CEO of Exide Industries, my friend, Mr. Gautam Roy, President Designate of Bengal Chamber, and Executive Director, HR Administration, and President HR of Power, RPSG. And my all members of particular Committee of People Management, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear friends. On behalf of the People Management Committee, I welcome you all in this 4th edition of the People Management Conclave, which is organizing by this Committee of People Management Committee. I'm very happy to have a feeling that maybe we have formed that particular committee, particular concept of employability conclave 6-7 years back, and we conducted 3 sessions. After that, COVID comes and we are totally, there are totally derail all the activities. And after 2.5 years, again we are together. Again we are discussing on the employability conclave, employability challenges. And as a HR person, I am very sure that you all love to meet people. So the virtual mode is good, that we may be effective, but the people management professionals always want to meet physically, because outside and inside the session, there are a lot of things to discuss. I'm very happy that Bengal Chamber has created, the committee has created a platform where after 2-3 years, we again together spend some good time in this session, outside the session, and in the evening time for cocktail also. So it's required for all people, including HR professionals. Before coming to this theme part, let me say something about Bengal Chamber and this committee. Our respected president has mentioned about Bengal Chamber 190 years legacy and his history about it. Only I just want to say that Bengal Chamber operating in this part of India for more than 190 years, and from the very first day, maybe as a managing agency concept was there for everybody, for the purpose, it is always as a special contribution to the society as a personal management function. Every time, any personal management function, that time it was happening in society, business and industry, Bengal Chamber solution. Bengal Chamber was considered always as a repository of wisdom, knowledge of personal management. That is the uniqueness of Bengal Chamber last 190 years of operating. And with that idea, we formed that committee. The committee name was HR Committee. It was very vibrant committee all the time in Bengal Chamber. But you know, there's a lot of sea change taking place in HR function for last 10-15 years. It was more and more transformation from a cost center to a profit center. So people are trying level best to do something that HR should be performance specific, HR should be result oriented, and HR should add on value to the bottom line and top line. For the purpose, there's a shift going on between from service function to line function, and HR is continuing. With that idea, we have changed the structure of the committee also. We expanded the committee. The committee name committee was converted from HR to People Management Committee, so that we can map the entire HR ecosystem. We can bring people from outside related to HR activities. So today, a People Management Committee is doing very well with the idea of as a holistic approach in terms of people management function. So with that idea, 4 or 5 years back, the committee was deciding not to do something, a program in People Management Conclave program with the theme of employability. Because it's an employability issue for everybody, whether you are an employee or employer or a newcomer or a senior people. Without employability, without discussing on employability, your entire work is incomplete. For the purpose, we thought that why not to design a program for employability where the HR professional who are part of the committee can contribute directly to the newcomers who are coming to the industry. There is a set of expectation from the employer, and there are a lot of expectation from the newcomer also when they're joining to the company, and the chamber can bridge that gap. So we have designed such a program, and last 4 or 5 years we are conducting such a program. Our committee members, they are so passionate about this. They used to visit different campuses, meet the people separately, and try to coach them, mentor them, what should be their role when they are joining in the organization. It was continuing for a long time. Then 2 to 3 years, there's a gap due to COVID. And now, this time, after the post-COVID time, the employability challenges is totally different. They added a lot of new things which you have learned due to the COVID period. You all will agree with me that we have a lot of difficulties in COVID pandemic period, separation of near and dear ones, a lot of difficulties in employment, people are struggling for their existence. But there are a lot of good things also we have received from this pandemic. This pandemic has helped us to revisit each and every process of work, revisiting, redefining, and we try to find out the best out of that. And today, we all are agree that in all function, not for HR function, all function, we are reaching a mature stage. We know that which is best in virtual model, which is best in the physical model. So there is a hybrid part is going on in industry as a business as a whole. We know the best of everything. And that also creating a lot of challenges for the newcomer who is coming to the new industry, as Mr. Gautam was telling, for the next generations. So with that idea, I have noted down 2-3 challenges, which according to me is very important for the people who want to pursue their career in profession related to today's requirement. The first challenge facing the next generation is the rapid pace of technological change, which our President and President Designate, they all have mentioned, that this is very important today because we are living in the era of digital transformation where technology is disrupting traditional jobs and creating new opportunities. You all will agree with me that today's decision-making process is entirely data-driven. We are all taking decisions based on data. It's not so easy that we'll take a decision right now with assumption. Assumption always based on the data. So obviously, exploring the different types of tools, gadgets in terms of technology is our way of life. The next generation needs to be equipped with the necessary digital skill to thrive in this new economy. This means they need to be proficient in the area of data analytics, artificial intelligence, and cloud computing. This is a way of life now. So all the newcomers will be joining in the organization in whatever department they have, they should know how to exploit the internet revolution which is done across the world and take the best out of that. The second challenge facing the next generation is the increasing importance of soft skill. In a world where automation is replacing many routine tasks, soft skills such as communication, problem solving, and teamwork are becoming more important than ever. Because technology is taking care about the machines, continuous upgradations happening in the particular machines, and HR professionals are giving time how to do training who are sitting behind the machine. So that is very, very important, but when you are upgrading your skills, upgrading your technology, you also have a deep concern, the people who are handling it, managing it, how to operate with them. So for the purpose, different skill set required for the new generation now, which is the soft skill, because interaction within the company, interacting outside the company is very important now, because you have to be so positive to carry the job where your routine part will be taken care by the machines. And when you are free, then you have to do some other job, which is basically a managerial job. So day by day, communication is very, very important. Information is power. So we have to know how to utilize the information and proceeding further. The third challenge is facing the next generation in the rise of gig economy. More and more people are working as a freelancer, contractors, and consultants. This means that the next generation needs to be comfortable and with uncertainty and ambiguity. They need to be able to manage their time effectively, be self-motivated, be comfortable with a degree of risk, which is very important, but Mr. Gautam was also touching about. By attitude-wise, we should be very flexible. We should know there will be uncertainty. The benchmarking people, the assessing people, metrics are totally different. It's not so easy that there's a set pattern of assessing people. Now people will assess by the delivery only. Totally performance driven. In what capacity I'm working is not important. How I'm working is important. And at the end of the day, how I'm influencing my top line, bottom line, irrespective of any department I'm working. So for the purpose, insecurity is a way of life, and you have to manage the insecurity. So insecurity, we should not be worried about insecurity. We should always innovative and try to do some meaningful thing so that insecurity is always can be achieved, and we can manage insecurity by offering more and more innovative work. The last challenge, or the fourth challenge which I noted down, facing the next generation, is the increasing importance of lifelong learning. Learning is a continuous curve now. The pace of technology changes means the skills that are in demand today may not be in demand tomorrow. It is very important because today when we passing for engineering college, when we join in the organization, our idea was the set of the scope of work is fixed. I have to operate like this. And I'm quite comfortable that next 10 years, 5 years down the line, this is my job description. I have to operate like this. But today, it is totally changed. Today, maybe my job description is ABC. There's no guarantee that next year I will perform the same types of job description in the same department. There may be a lot of changes in the department in terms of the technology, in terms of the company strategy, business promotions. I may revisit my entire process. So continuous learning is very, very important for everybody, not for the young people, for each and every level, middle level, senior level, every level, because unless you update yourself, you should update yourself from the colleague, from competitors, from the association, outside the company, inside the company, but updation is always continuous important, because we all agree the power is for the knowledge, power is for the information. And if we have a power with me, if you have knowledge with me, always I can excel. So with that, for the next generation needs to be prepared to adapt and learn new skills throughout their careers. This means that they need to open to new ideas and willing to invest in their own development. So these particular 4, 5, I know that a lot of new idea will come because as rightly you have seen the program schedule, I'll tell about something outline. There are a lot of very good speakers, and they will elaborate discuss on that. But my idea is this 4 challenge, only I'm setting a framework. Based on that 4 challenges, you may add something more also. Now, just about the outline, I should say something about, there is a uniqueness also in the Committee of People Management. You perhaps know that any committee in the Chamber of Commerce, the main role is to organize a program. And the organization, this is the first level. But in people management members, we are here to contribute further. I'm telling you why, because there are 3 sessions after the inaugural, and all the sessions will be chaired by the member of the particular committee. So they are not restrict their roles, their responsibility to organize an event. They are equally responsible to share their own thought, own idea, skill set, wisdom in a form of sessions. Like the first session, which will be a panel discussion. How roles are changing over time, it will be managed by, or it will be chaired by our own member, Shamur Banerjee. Similarly, Joydeep is one of the vice chairman, co-chairman of the committee. He will be conducting a fat chat session on academic insight and challenges, a perspective in 2023. Finally, the last session also will be chaired by Ranjan, one of our members in the committee. And Ranjan will be chairing the session, which is called the Non-Conventional Employment Avenue. It means we are trying to cover each and every aspect of the employability issue, and that will be handled by our own people. So that is the result, that is the fruits of the Chamber of Commerce success, because Chamber of Commerce is not an event management wing. We are all here to contribute from our professional area in form of distributing our own knowledge and skill to others. So I'm very happy and thankful to all the members who are part of the committee, that they are taking the time that not to organize a program, but also contribute as a faculty of the programs. And now after my speech, we will all be happy that Binay Ranjan will be there as a keynote speaker, as a chief guest speaker, guest of honor speaker. He will be providing. Binay Ranjan will be very appropriate for the particular program for the reason, in the employability issue, Binay has his experience of both the organization operating very closely. He worked long time in public sector company, private sector company, worked in different vertical of private sector company. Now he's in one of the largest employer in public sector organization in India. So he is a person who has seen plus, minus, challenges, everything in terms of the employment issue in private sector and also in the government sectors. And also today, he has access to all the management colleges, engineering colleges. He has a macro information about how the engineers are doing in India now, how the young engineers and potential management graduates, what would be their prospect in future. So that's the reason we all keen to have some input from Vinay, which we'll be sharing as the chief guest speaker. And after that, we have a 3 session. I'm very sure with the wisdom, skill set and knowledge we have all together, we'll be participating in an effective way, and end of the day, we'll learn a lot of things. I have the best wishes to all these all the participants who are attending. Good luck and Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Somesh Dasgupta, for your theme address. I think one thing which I remembered, one of my IBM bosses, Catherine Thomas, told me about what you hear a whole will not get you there. So what got us to this place, and very pithily said about the whole program, and he's been a little more, I'll just add a minute. This program was originally conceived, by Mr. Dasgupta, that employability conclave, that we wanted to be a matchmaker between industry and institute, and I'm so happy to see institutes here, chock-a-block. This is a crucible where you meet, and it has been possible by, as I always say, the godfather of the HR committee, Mr. Somesh Dasgupta, and now, of course, led by Mr. Ranjan Sarkar. Without any delay, may I invite our best speaker of the day, Mr. Vinay Ranjan, Director, Coal India. So it's always a pleasure seeing you for his keynote address, his theme address.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me. Good afternoon, everyone. I think everyone feeling a little cold here. So let's bring some warm by discussion and be interactive. Okay? I'm seeing somebody sitting like this, most of you, this is all a little more chill. And this is a magnificent hall, very old heritage building of Bengal Chamber of Commerce, which has a rich history. All the dignitaries who are sitting on the dais, dignitaries of the dais, all the delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege to be here. I had a very busy day today, Saturday being off day for us. But right from 8:30 we were busy in some meetings. Then again 6:30 I have to take a flight, but nevertheless I was more interested to come here and interactive, because this is a very subject which is close to heart. And let me tell you why. India has a demographic dividend, everybody knows, and many has been said about India as a demographic dividend. But I have a different view. Any demographic dividend, if it is not handled well, it's a double-sword weapon. The younger generation, if they are studying, they have done their degrees out of college, pass out 4 years, 5 years degrees, and then they said, think from their perspective, I will not getting the job which I deserve. And there is not enough job in the system generated, which is not the case, by the way, in India, but let's think from their perspective. I'm not getting job as per my qualification, my attitude, my knowledge, whatever I have learned. This will be a chaotic situation going forward next 10 years. So let's hit the hammer on the nail. What is employability? Okay? What do you think employability is? I have a definition ready. I will read it out. But I want to know from you, some of you who are practitioners, I think some of you are a mix of delegates here. What do you think, what will be employability? 1 or 2 points, single 1 point. Please, I don't want to be a monologue. Only I am speaking, you are not speaking. Let's be interactive. Okay? Are you in the game? Yeah, please. What is you think?
It's a matter of demand and supply.
Yeah. He is the employer himself. Man is job demand. Employable, it is very individualistic. and it's depending on the individual character of a person. Let me read a very classical definition. A set of achievements, understandings, and personal attributes that makes individual more likely to gain employment. So 3 main themes: achievements, understandings, and personal attributes, and employment, and to be successful in their chosen occupation. So it is not only you getting job. If you want to remain successful in your occupation, you have to be employable. If you are employed, you are always on the risk side. If you are employed. But if you are employable, you are always secure. Getting my point? If you are employed, you are always on risk. Because if your one job goes, you are not employable, you will not get your next job. But you are employable, nothing, what happens in the economy, what happens to the company, you are always looked after by the employer. Acha, wo employee bahut acha tha yaar, just pick him up. Your name will go before employer as a reference. Please look after that employee, he is very good, his skill sets are, yeah. Ability depending on some attributes.
Skill sets and competence?
It's there, it's there. What you are saying is right. Your ability to remain in demand by the employer, which is some basic skills, some advanced skills, some academics, some work experience, sets of so many things, which is will make you employable. But I will give you a formula after 10 minutes. When I finish my speech, I'll give you a formula where you can use this formula for remain employable. Are you interested to know the formula? Yes. Yeah? Say loudly. Yes. Yeah, that will bring you warmth, na? Everybody is sitting like that. I want everybody to, remain open-chested, remove their hands. So, I will give you a formula at the end of my speech. What is the formula we'll use that you will remain employable for life? This is very important for graduates who are coming from their colleges to find a job. But it's equally important for all mid-career professionals. See, generally, if you divide careers in 2 halves, first 15 years, generally people, if you say average age of entry in the system, 24, so 36 years of career. 60 is, I'll take a retirement age. Some people now say, 80, 60 is new 40. I will leave that 60 by new 40 besides. 60 we take a retirement age, so you have a 2 half, 18 years and 1 half in 18 years. First 18 years is easy. But remain employable for next second half, second 18 years is difficult, because whatever you will do in first 18 years, whatever capability you will learn will help you out in your... Some people remain stagnant. Most of the people remain stagnant in their career. Okay? Because in the first 18 years or first half of career, they have not managed their careers pretty well. So the resultant is second half of their career is, they didn't go the way, the way they should rise in their careers. Okay. So all this data, I want to challenge. I was reading one out of 4 MBAs are not employable, 1 out of 5 engineers is not employable. We have 8 million people who graduates every year. Only, some portion, 47% of the graduates are employable. I want to challenge. Why not every graduate is employable? Why not all the 4 engineers we are talking about are employable? Do you want to challenge that paradigm? Who should be doing to challenge this profile? Who is responsible? Why not every graduates, whether he is engineer, MBA, PhD, simple graduates are employable? Why? Why not? And do we want to challenge this paradigm in India? Do we all want to challenge? And who is responsible to challenge? Who should be doing what? Everybody, you're right. Everybody, parents, students, individual, academic institution, me, you, everybody. But where is the problem? If you don't know the problem, we will not find the solution. Problem kahan hai? Where is problem? Is one of the problem. Sorry, can you say? Wage gap. Wage gap. Yeah? Any other problem? For understanding where is the problem, we should be knowing what influences the employability. To understand the problem, we should be knowing what influences the employability. What are the factors which influences? And then let me read out. I don't remember. Let me read out for you. Okay. First is your knowledge of a target market. Where is the job market? What in terms of moving? What is the job required in the future? Okay? Many people talked about AI, a lot of people about technology, a lot of people talked about data science, analytics. So first we should be knowing where the job market is moving. What are the maximum jobs happening in the market? If you go sometimes, mid-90s, there was no job for civil engineers. Civil engineers, I know my friends who graduated as civil engineers, they were working in construction site in just 10,000 rupees after graduating from very, all you will agree with me, someone 2090s earlier, but now civil engineering is booming again. Okay? A lot of infrastructure project happening in India and it is booming. Okay, first you should know what is the job market. Second is your awareness as a candidates, what are your career options? I am good at mathematics, I am good in humanities. If you know your ability, your interest area, and what career option, according to that is very, very important. Then academics, what I have read, what I have studied. Then very important. See, this is all your hard knowledge. You have read Excel, you have read your civil engineering, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, MBA, MBA in finance, MBA in HR. But most important is what are your motivations, your attitude. And if I am going to give you one hint at the end of my speech, what is employer looked at, I as a recruiter, because I have gone to all possible management colleges for MBA hiring, I would have hired around 2,500 engineers from all NITs, ITs. I would have hired around 300 CAs. I would have hired around, say, 500 MBAs from all, from IIM Ahmedabad to, you name the MBA college, I was there for hiring. Okay? And what I lacked, I will tell you. What as an employer we looked. Because see, we are not looking at your academic brilliance. Okay? We are looking you, generally you become, culture fit, attitude. I used to say, I know people, I will use some Hindi because Hindi will go, I know you understand Hindi also. कि आपको अगर थोड़ा बहुत आता होगा तो बाकी तो हम मारपीट के आपको सिखा देंगे, मतलब ट्रेनिंग देके सिखा देंगे, मारपीट के मतलब ट्रेनिंग देके सिखा देंगे. तो हार्ड पार्ट योर टेक्निकल नॉलेज यू विल बी taught in the organization, but attitude, who will teach you attitude? What is attitude? What is attitude? Attitude is all the experiences from the birth you have gained. And it's very difficult to change in the latter part of your year. Do you all agree? कि हम एक ढर्रे से अपने जीवन में एक्सपीरियंसेस लेते हैं, उससे हमारा पर्सपेक्टिव बनाते हैं, उस पर्सपेक्टिव को 30 years, 35 years एज के बाद it's very difficult for change. And it's required a lot of efforts on individual part to change their, belief. Because it's all underlying, iceberg theory of, we say, what we see, but most of the things, our behaviors comes from, we don't know, it is lying within us. So if your attitude is right, you are sorted. Okay? Now, let me come to good part, good information, very good information. How much time I have? 4:30 I have to leave, so I will be... let me tell you the good part. This is a very right time. Those who are looking for job or those who are in career, they have a very good time. I'll tell you why. The decade of 2020 to 2030 belongs to India. Do you all agree? There was a great American dream, 1780s. Dada will agree, 1780s, aapke batchmates, ITs mostly used to go where? US. Most of your batch go to MTech and they remain there with their American dreams, big mansion house, jobs in MNCs. People in 1780s went to their American dreams, American road trips and all those was romanticized. US was romanticized in 70s, 80s. In the 90s, China started, manufacturing hub. If you see the GDP of China just before 90 and 90s decade, they started growing exponentially every year on year. 90s was China's decade, where they become the manufacturing world of hub and all that. But 2020 to 2030 decade is India's decade. Why? A lot of job creations, GDP, highest growing GDP in India, 5%. Now it was 7.5%, now it is growing by 5.5%. But even if we grow average by 7%, how much year it will take to double the GDP? 7%, 10, 12 years. If you do cumulative interest, 12 years. So by 2030 we will double. By 2040, imagine where will we be. But similarly, the population will also grow. And with your demographic dynamic, with your average age of, how much average is? 28.4. You are workforce supplier of the world by next 2-3 years. One out of seven workers will be Indian. I'm talking about world, I'm not talking about India. Imagine your opportunities, job opportunities, not only in India, but outside India. And many people are migrating. I was in Australia 15 days back, and I am amazed to see the Indians doing great. And my own relative is there. He went 5 years back, IT engineer, he used to work in Infosys. Within 5 years, he's earning $15,000 a month, Australian dollar. Working for 3 projects, and he is working from home. He's working from Melbourne University, he's working freelances, he's 3-4 projects of his own. My own brother-in-law. 5 years he was earning maybe a CTC of 8 lakhs in Infosys Pune, 10 lakhs, 5-6 years back. Now he's earning $15,000 a month. Bought a big mansion, bought BMW 3. So I'm giving you a dream by giving you example. If you're looking for your career in India and in world, so this is a good time. But the problem is employability. Okay? What do you think basic employability skills? I'm not coming to advanced. Let's talk about very basic fundamental employable skill. What are the skills you possess which will tell you that you are employable. Basic, fundamental, एकदम नीचे से आ जाइए, फिर हम एडवांस की बात करेंगे. What basic? Communication. Very good. The power of articulation. When I say communication, I am not talking about English communication. Whatever language, whatever thought, what is communication? Communication is that your data, your thoughts, you are able to transmit it to the person the way you wanted to. And he has understood the way you wanted to. And there is no barrier. You wanted to say A, he had understood Z. Okay? That is communication. It could be in Bengali, it can be in Hindi, it can be in Uriya, it can be in any language. The underlying thing is articulation, the power of articulation. Whatever you are saying is, people understand as, okay. Second is, in communication, writing. Sometimes you write emails, memos, notes, letters. This is basic writing. And when I say writing, I don't want you to know Oxford English. I'm not expecting anybody to, know the Oxford English. Very simple, basic English, where you are able to emote. Put your emotions, what you want to put, Because everybody comes with emotions, in their work. You want to secure an order, you want to, tell, even you want to issue a charge sheet. This personal people we do, HR people do, disciplinary action, okay? One is very important, is your basic arithmetic, mathematics. This is fundamental. Here also I am not telling you understand calculus, you understand, advanced space science calculations, where how will you propel rocket, that kind of a calculation, कि कितना हम ignition डालेंगे तो कितने speed से जाएगा. I don't know. I don't want to. Basic mathematical calculation. This is your employability. Let's come to the advanced. Any example for advanced? Problem solving, very good. Ability to change, okay. But very critical. Critical जो मैंने बोला उसमें ही आंसर है. Who says critical thinking? Yes. Because we are a people who has to think as an employee. And think critically. What do you mean by thinking critically? All pros and cons. If I do this action, what benefits I am going to get? What are the risks? What are my opportunities? And then every possible scenario you have evaluated and then you have taken. So Somesh Dada talking about decision making, and Pravir Dada also talks about decision making. So your decision making abilities is in the process. Okay? Most of the time I am telling you, you cannot control the outcome of your decision. Most of the time. But if your process of decision making is right, you are going to your decision every time right. And this is the fundamental theorem of decision making. You have to focus on your process rather than, but हम क्या करते हैं? हम उल्टा करते हैं, हम outcome पे. Most of the people think of outcome. अरे हम decision लेंगे तो they're thinking about outcome. Your decision making is always should be on process. If you do your process right, 100% you are going to get your desired outcome. Okay? और बताइए, creativity किसने नहीं बोला? But first you should know your box. And this is the problem in particularly in India. We don't know our box and we say we think about box. Arey, this box we are operating, we should know that box. Then only we'll think out of box. Na? That is the mistake we do. Always I teach in my, whenever I go to talk to students, if you are thinking out of box, first know your box. Okay, thank you. You said I've got a chance to tell me about. And last but not the least is act logically. Logic is in the life is everything. In everything, even between spouse, if you do anything, you have to give logic. What you're doing, where you're going, what you can. Logic is in every world, everywhere is logic. Do you all agree? Even you are making your sales projection, go-to-market strategy, what is my go-to-market strategy, you always think, what is the logic I am taking to, devising all the strategies, all the decisions. So, ye 4 or 5 advanced skills and 4 or 5 basic skills, you are employable. I am guaranteeing you. Take in writing from me. Is it difficult to do? Is this very difficult? Very simple, na? 4, I said fundamental, because all the skills are derivative of these fundamental skills. आप कितना भी skill ना लाओ, there is in the competency book, there are, companies devise, and we are HR are responsible, 50 competencies a leader should have, 60 competencies. But fundamental 5-6 ही है, बाकी all are derivatives of the, हमारा competency table है, 50 competency, ये इनको knowledge of ये decision making, all big list of competencies a leader should know, and let prepare the leaders with all those competency to this organization to be successful. But I say 4 or 5 fundamental, basic, and 4 advanced. You are sorted. You are employable, and you are not at risk. Okay? Now let's come what you should be doing. I see mostly people who are at mid-career, some are young who have started their career, and some of them are very senior people sitting in the front, and they have seen the world and they have practiced the employability skills. That's why they are there in where they are. Okay, so let's see. I was thinking what we should be doing to remain employable. What should be the model? I was researching. So I got from design thinking. How many of you sing design thinking? How many heard of design thinking? तो मुझे solution design thinking भी मिल गया. If we practice innovations as per design thinking, which I customized for employability. This is for design thinking for innovation, what I read. But can we, you have sometimes some formula, some model, which you can also deploy in a different context. That's a great learning. So, and this is 4D. 4D hai. Next 10 minutes I will take. You are all ready? And last day, please remind me, formula dena mujhe. Before I finished, please remind me. Don't allow me to go there before I. I'll take this bottle with me. Yeah. Please remind me to give the formula. First is discover. What to discover? Discover your inner potential. Okay? So let me go to the mythology to prove how you discover your potential. Sometimes you will not be able to discover your potential by yourself. You need somebody else. And most of the time you need somebody else to tell you, because when we do routine mundane, we, immersed in our mundane and routine things, we don't understand what potential I have. We should be how many you know Hanumana? Hanumanji. Everybody should know. We all are, mythology in Ramayana, there was a, Hanuman. Hanuman's cheek is? Why? Why his cheek is swollen? Do you know the story behind it? Do you know the story behind it? Why his cheek is swollen? Let me tell you the story. When he was a child, he was a very naughty child. And he is a son of God Pawan. He is a son of Pawan. So he was playing with her mother, his mother, and then he saw the sun. Now you got this. He was very mesmerized by the bright, what is this? A bright object which is in the horizon. So by playing fool, he went and he swallowed the sun. And then it became dark. So all gods were, all species of the earth, that point of time, they all went to, mother. He has swallowed, what will happen to the earth, everybody will die, there will be no sun, and all those. Then his mother requested, please release. But they remained swollen. But son was very angry. Son was also a god. Okay? So he has given him a shrap. Curse. What is the curse? You think that you are very powerful, you can do anything. You will lose all your power when you need the most. I am coming to that story. So you will forget all your powers when you most need him. So cut back to story. Ram along with Lakshman is standing in the Rameshwaram and they have to lay down a bridge to go to Ram Setu, Lanka. And then everybody is grappling what to do, all those things. So first, somebody suggested, let's do a survey, air survey. Well, who will do air survey? Who needs flying? Then Jamvant reminded the power that you can fly. You have a power to fly. So you need Jamvant. It can be your uncle, it can be your teacher, you can be senior, it can be anybody. You need Jamvant in your life who will remind of your power. And every human being has immense power to perform at any difficult situation. Let me tell you, every human being. There is a wrong perception in the world that he is our average employees. We do performance management, force rating. He is our poor, 5% poor karna hai, 15%. Every human has unlimited potential. This is my firm belief. Given the chance, everybody can perform. Okay? So you need this is discovery phase. That is, I say, you discover. Okay? Identify your inner voice, listen to yourself, make conscious effort. And you have to ask real questions and answers. If the question is right, you will get the answer about yourself. Second is define. What you need to define? Very cliched. Define the goals. Where you want to be, which job, which area, kahan padhna hai, kaise karna hai, what I used to study. Okay? And in everybody's life, you need, I'll tell you one thing, I'll ask one question. Can I ask you one question? I'm asking so many questions, let me one ask question. How many you love cooking? You. ठीक है. I'll pose you a question. You have a best of the ingredients, best of the utensils, best of the fire. Will you be able to cook a good dish? No. Why? No, you have percentage. You have all the good ingredients, masalas, you have good vegetables.
You can't just pick up the world's best cook and learn how to do. You have to do it. Burn your hands first. That's how you learn.
Patience. But the fundamental answer is you need a catalyst. What is the catalyst? Oil. आप कितना भी अच्छा इंग्रेडिएंट्स ले लो, अच्छा बर्तन ले लो, बेस्ट ऑफ द एम्बियंसेस. जब तक ऑयल नहीं डालोगे तब तक इंडियन कुकिंग आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग वेस्टर्न कुकिंग. वेस्टर्न कुकिंग इज विदाउट ऑयल. इंडियन कुकिंग जब तक आपने ऑयल नहीं डाला, इट कैन बी एनी ऑयल. व्हाट इज ऑयल? इट इज अ कैटलिस्ट, उत्प्रेरक. In your careers also, find what is your catalyst. Money is byproduct. If you are doing all things right, money will automatically come. Money is byproduct. Money is not the catalyst. Money is byproduct. Okay, what makes your dish very delicious? Anything can be. Find your, it can be a purpose, it can be your motivations, it can be your, hope, or anything. Catalyst. Find your catalyst. Okay? Then develop. You have to develop. It's a continuous process. Okay? Because the obsolescence of technology, obsolescence of skill is so fast. Earlier, the model was 5 years of study, 30 years of job. 5 years की इंजीनियरिंग कर लिया, इंजीनियरिंग के बाद एम्प्लॉय हो गया, 35 years में रिटायरमेंट कुल्ली हो गया. बट नाउ एवरीथिंग इज चेंजिंग. यू कीप constantly need to develop yourself. Okay? Changing. What technology is coming? Every 3-4 years you need to add your new skills in your repertoire. Okay? You cannot survive by just studying 3 years, 4 years of MBA, engineering, graduates. Continuously you have to upgrade yourself. And last but not the least is deliver. Life is all about delivery, performance, I keep saying, my team is here, 4-5 members are here of Coal India. I keep saying, we work in coal mines. In coal mines, it's all black in the mines. Okay? But diamond is also found in mines. And diamond is identified. So your performance is the key. If you are performing, I'm telling you, I'm guaranteeing you that you will be recognized besides your organization, politics and all those things, but you will be recognized and you will be known in the industry you are working. So do your performance and leave the rest to the God. I'm sure you will be sorted out. Okay? Most of the things are contribution towards your achieving goal, system improvement, providing new insights, work efficiency. Okay? So these are very fundamental, not very difficult. And I said everybody's job that all the 5 engineers who are graduating, tomorrow when after 5 years the researcher says, says that 1 engineer out of 5 is employable, only which is 20%. I said all 5 engineers are employable. And by doing these simple things, not very difficult. Know what is the basic skills, know what is the advanced skill, know what is my strength and my. Okay? All questions, I'll take questions. I am there, 4:30, my God, my time is over. But let's tell me the formula, then we'll take questions. Okay? Employability is Q plus WE plus S into SC. लिख लीजिए. E is your employability, Q is your qualification, W is work experience, S is strategies. Strategies I said, what strategies you need to, the 4 Ds. And your contacts, C is strategies multiplied by your contacts. So remain networked in your industry. Don't burn the bridge. Don't burn your relationship. Okay? With this, I thank Bengal of Chamber of Commerce once again for inviting me. And I'm very happy to part. I hope whatever I have spoken is some value to you. Some takeaways you will take for, even if you deploy 20% of what I said, I think my time is fruitful here. Thank you very much. Any questions? Yeah. आप पूछ लो पहले. कोई माइक दे सकते क्या? आप पास थोड़ा आगे आ जाओ यहाँ, because you are not audible. हाँ? हाँ, formula is E equal to Q, which is qualification, plus WE, which is work experience, plus S, which is strategies, multiplied by contacts. C. हाँ, yeah.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. My name is Paushali De. I'm assistant professor with Sister Nivedita University. I'm a research scholar with IIFT, Kolkata. So, from taking cue from your 4Ds, I was thinking, like, at the company's end, we already have a process which is high performance work systems. Can high performance work system work on these 4Ds that you are talking about? Once we start hiring and once the people are on board, we have a process already in the churn. So that is high performance work system which talks about all these things. So how much effect would you think improving the high performance work systems is, or the work practices that we have eventually at this point would help develop these 4Ds for the employability?
No, you rightly said. I said onus is on everybody. Not only employer should be doing. It's individual himself, herself. Academic institutions like where you working, you are also should do 4Ds. Employers should do 4Ds. Everybody, parents, because the basic education start at the home. First school of any child is home, parents. First teacher is parents. So it should start everybody. Otherwise, everybody is responsible. So everybody has a role to play in development of employability. Right. And everybody should be doing.
Yes.
Employer, when you will reach to the employer, 25.
Yes. In case
but
of
4D, I am starting. You start from class 3.
Class 3.
Yeah. You will reach 25 to the employer, 24 to the employer, 27. But first 24 also, who your colleges
parents,
and
teachers,
yes.
Yeah. Well, for 16 years in industry, we've done that. So
I
now
have 5 minutes, so let him ask the question.
Sir, you have mentioned.
One more question, last question.
Sir, you have mentioned a lot of things. So one skill, I thought that, is it not important, the E part, the ethics, which is badly missing in our country in most of the cases?
Yeah, it can be, I said. Everything is, I'm not discounting any skill. But I was more emphasizing which is the basic fundamental skill which is make or employable. Fundamental cannot be so many.
And ethics is the most easiest thing to
ethics is also very important. I agree with you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vinay Ranjan, for that spirited, interactive speech. We really thank you, and I would request the President, Mr. Shubhi Chakraborty, and the President Designate, Mr. Gautam Ray, to kindly felicitate our guest, Mr. Vinay Ranjan.
I would love to skate for the cocktail also,
Thank you so much. With that, we come to the end of the inaugural. And I really wanted to give a big round of applause to all the people on the dais as they Okay, as we get ahead with the afternoon, so I'd request as we change, we are getting into the technical sessions or the ones which you are waiting for, inaugural being over. So this session is how roles are changing over time. Okay, and I'll request the moderator Shamor Banerjee, if you can kindly come on stage as they keep on changing the. So, sir, you will have tea. Apni cha paben. Okay, but from Star Cements. So, Mr. Banerjee, if you can kindly take your seat, and let me also invite my dear friend Supratik, Technology Consulting Human Capital Leader, PwC, to come up on stage and be part of this. And I would also invite Mr. Rupankar Chakraborty, Head of HR from RAIN, if you can come on stage. Rupankar Chakraborty, if you can come on stage. Yeah, Mr. Rupankar Chakraborty, if you can kindly come on stage. So I would request that everybody please assemble. We are getting into this session where how roles are changing over time. So Mr. Shamor Banerjee will be the moderator. As you know, we are running late. So, and you know, we have just arrived at Dhanbad. We haven't yet got to Delhi. So without any delay, may I request Mr. Banerjee, if you can kindly start the proceedings while I get everybody inside the podium. Thank you.
Rahul, thank you very much, and good evening to an empty room. So I do not know whether we need to proceed in an empty room or wait for some time. Rupankar has come all the way from Hyderabad, and I don't think he would be very happy to address to an empty room.
So wait for a couple of minutes. They said they need a couple of minutes time. Okay. Announcement
Good evening,
for people who are
ladies
outside.
and gentlemen.
If you can please come inside the hall. The speakers are there. The moderator is waiting for you. Announcement to everybody who's outside, please come in without any delay.
Rahul has given us the green signal to start, so I think I'll not wait anymore, else I'll delay the next session to come up. So good evening once again, and thank you BCCI People Management Committee for giving me this opportunity to moderate the panel discussion. Although we've been left with only two panelists, I think, but two are sufficient enough to keep you on your toes for the next half an hour. I take the opportunity to introduce my panelists. Rupankar is the head of human resources of RAIN Industries and is responsible for the HR function of the holding company, which is RAIN Carbon, Priya Cements and Pragya Cements. Rupankar brings with him about 24 years of multi-industry, multi-domain HR experience. So he's been associated with Reliance Life Sciences for a period of about 14 years. And then he's also been leading a healthcare conglomerate Newberg Group in Chennai. He's worked in organizations like Clearing Corporation of India, a financial institution, and Maersk Sealand, the global shipping conglomerate. So I'd request all of you to give applause to Rupankar. He's made it all the way from Hyderabad only to attend this and share his insights with all of you. Rupankar is a postgraduate in Human Resources Management from IIT Kharagpur and is a graduate in Biochemistry from Calcutta University. My other panelist is Supratik, a stalwart in HR, a business-focused global HR professional with more than 23 years of industry experience as a strategic business partner in large organizations and high-growth environment with a record of successfully leading and implementing people programs that drive and change business efficiency. He had led high-performing HR teams in India and across geographies and has proven experience in advising senior leadership on people strategy, talent acquisition and deployment, performance management system, compensation benefits, leadership development and new business integration. A big round of applause to Supratik. So I've been assigned the role of a moderator. I really do not know what a moderator is supposed to do. So before we started, I had an opportunity to interact with my co-panelists, and we kind of decided that let's prepare a few questions, and I as the moderator will try give those questions to them, which we at least believe will hold a lot of value to the participants, the delegates. As I see and all of us see, that's a mix of delegates representing industry, representing academia and students. So we think these next 30 minutes are going to be insightful. You'll get your brilliant insights from my panelists. We'll also take a few questions if time permits. So the topic that has been set out for us is the changing role. We hear about roles being changing. I think in my 27 years of experience across industry and across verticals in HR, we've already been hearing and always been told that the roles are changing. It has changed from personnel management to human resources management to human resources development, so on and so forth. While this term is probably a very cliched term that roles are changing, the rate of change of the roles as we see today is probably picked up momentum in the last few years. So the last few years have really seen a drastic change in the role requirements. Although fundamentally the roles as defined by Mintzberg will always remain constant, but the combination of the roles over a period of time is changing only because of the rapid adoption of technology, the changing economic environment and the equation inside and outside organizations. So with this backdrop, I'd ask my co-panelist, I'll begin with Supratik, who is into large global HR companies, who has led multiple HR interventions across large enterprises. And coming from an IT industry, he will probably give us the best insight and the perspective. So Supratik, I would like you to share what do you think are some of the key trends around the changing or the evolving roles that you would experienced or would have seen happening?
Sure, and thank you, Mr. Banerjee, and greetings, everybody. Just in terms of how the ITS consulting organization has moved, I look at it in terms of 5 major aspects which has led to these the role changes which have happened over the years. First is in terms of technology itself. There has been a tectonic shift in terms of the various technology that have come in. Gone are the days when we had the industrial revolution in the 19th century when we had opened up a plethora of assembly lines and we had many jobs which were getting created, and people could sort of really get themselves employed. Employment has only moved since then. Today we have the digital revolution which is hitting us, which also means that organizations are now pivoting to digital more stronger than ever before. Today, if I look at it, we have AI coming in, we have chatbots, we have various technologies which are there in the market, which are sort of really defining the way technology is really sort of spurting this entire growth. I also heard my panelists speak about that this is the time for India, and how India is going to play a dominant role in the next 10 years, and I could not agree more with their statement. I think technology is going to be the fulcrum, which is going to be a huge game changer for us, and it's going to have an impact in terms of also the employment, opening up employment opportunities for many of us here. The second aspect is in terms of the workforce models. Now, when I look at it today, gone are the traditional kind of roles where people would be full-time employed. They would be on the roles of an organization for the next maybe 25, 30, 35 years and stick on to one organization. The workforce of today is different. We have people who are joining organizations. There are various opportunities which are available. They are moving based on their set of interests, the kind of roles they want to take up, career progressions. We also have different alternative workforce models in terms of the gig workers, or the contingent workers who are sort of also being deployed in various roles. So I think that will also play a major role in terms of how the changing roles are sort of spurting the growth of the nation. Third would be in terms of the changing worker attitudes, right? So gone as those days where I remember my father worked in an organization for 30, 35 years of his life, and many of our parents would have done the same. I think that degree of loyalty is somewhere maybe sort of fast eroding. People are looking for opportunities which would sort of marry their interests, where they see a role in terms of or they see an opportunity in terms of where they would want to see their career move forward. Jobs also are becoming less transient in terms of the fact that people are spending less and less time. I mean, we still have people who are long timers in an organization, but people are looking at moving across organizations, looking at better opportunities outside. At the same time, there is a need for diversity, inclusion in the workplace. So how we are changing the workplace in terms of accommodating these interests. I think people are also now looking at, and this was mentioned by one of the guest speakers when he was talking about, right? It is not just about what a workplace is able to provide the employee anymore. It's also about the kind of passion that he's able to bring in. What is the kind of interest? How much he can give back to society? And this starts off very early nowadays. It's not even going to wait in terms of maybe after 15 years people start giving back. That sense of giving back, commitment needs to be inculcated from the day one, so that employees see value in the role which they are bringing. So I think that's one more aspect. The fourth one would be in terms of the demographics itself, right? So I think in the next 10 years, we're going to see maybe 5 generations simultaneously working, right? From, the baby boomers to, Gen Z that we're talking about, right? And that's unprecedented. So there's going to be a change there. And fifth would be in terms of, possibly the globalization aspect itself, right? When we're talking about how, boundaries have really sort of become blurred, how people are sort of working maybe in one remote location, supporting projects which are sort of based on an absolutely different geography, working round the clock, different models of working from office, work from home, hybrid models. I think there's a lot of things which are happening, but what this also opens up is a plethora of opportunities for all of us. And I think this is going to be something which is specifically from a technology perspective is going to be very, very important for us in terms of driving the employability options for employees.
Thank you, Supratik. I'd request Rupankar also to share his insights and thoughts about the key trends around the changing or the evolving roles as he sees it.
Yeah, thank you, Samar, for the nice introduction, and it's always feels good to come back to Calcutta, my hometown, though I've never worked here. I have spent most of my life in healthcare and the biopharmaceutical sector. So I'll try to restrict my views related to that particular domain. So Pratik spoke about the IT and how the things are changing in IT. But then unfortunately in the pharma or the healthcare sector, COVID was a kind of an eye-opener. Pharma healthcare in Indian context was a kind of an laggard in technology. They have not embraced the technology the way it should have been or the way the other domains have taken it up. So it was a kind of an eye-opener. All of a sudden, we had to come to a situation, and most importantly, this particular domain was a kind of essential service. The quote-unquote falls under the essential service which have been defined by the governments and the other agencies. So then we had to look at how the pharma sector or how the healthcare sector would come up to the occasion and then probably deliver what is expected from that particular. In that context, I see there are a lot of changes which are happening and quickly, and probably it was a blessing in disguise these 2 years for the healthcare sector, for the pharma sector. Lot of roles have changed in the context of lot of technology, lot of automation has come in the picture, and we have seen lot of digitization in the process. The roles within the pharma, within the healthcare sector, which were taking the backseat earlier, probably the technology or the automation, those roles have come in the forefront. That's one part. That's from the COVID perspective. Point number 2, Indian. I'll look at from the Indian perspective because most of us would be interested to know how the roles are changing. India is the place to be next 10 years. Our earlier speakers have told us, and that's true also. And essentially, India is known as the vaccine capital of the world and the pharmacy of the world. So that's going to continue for next 10 years, 20 years. One, the cost is more outside India. Second, there are a lot of interest, there are a lot of reliance which is coming down other side, other parts of the world like in China. And a lot of focus is coming in terms of, I'm going little technical in terms of manufacturing the APIs or the key source material. So what kind of roles would come up in picture? So there will be a lot of focus on the manufacturing. So we spoke about the digitization, we spoke about the automation. So automation, digitization, one area which is linked to healthcare sector. That's one area where the roles would be changing. Second, there will be lot of focus on the manufacturing and the niche manufacturing. Because of digitization, because of automation, lot of floor level jobs would be going away. Lot of jobs would be taken away, like for example, the conventional way of packing, unpacking. Those probably would be taken care by the robotics and those kind of automation tools. But the niche specialized manufacturing would be a core area. So people who would like to take interest, like to make your career in healthcare, please be focused that manufacturing is going to come up in a big way in India, especially in the key source material or the API. So that's point number 2. Point number 3, that comes with a kind of a warning that we are not that much focused into quality. So manufacturing one aspect and the quality in other aspect. So probably we need to focus on the quality aspect because day in, day out, international regulatory agencies like your US FDA and those guys are knocking your door and trying to understand on what basis or what are the norms and the regulations we are following in terms of when you are manufacturing the drugs. So quality is another area which would be of prominence for the roles in the pharma sector, especially the manufacturing sector. That's for the pharma, the drug manufacturing aspect. Second aspect, there are, in fact, if you look at the healthcare, ecosystem is changing. So there's a lot of focus on direct to customer approach, which was not there. Second, personalized medicine. Third is there are new therapies, the cell therapies or the gene therapies. So in that context, there will be a lot of new roles which should be coming up. And so to look at that, so who would like to build their career in different kind of specialized gene-based therapies or the genetic counseling, genetic coaching, those kind of roles would definitely be coming up. There are new interesting roles would be coming up, not only in pharma and different other areas, like there are a lot of talk about the machine-man, so man-machine, even teaming managers. There are nanomedicines which talk about the personalized medicines which would be coming up. But on top of that, as our earlier speakers were telling, these things are all trainable, teachable, but at the same time, you need to look at the basic skills, basic focus on those communications or the adaptability. There will be focus on critical thinking, as earlier people were saying. There will be focus on complex problem solving. So those remains the base of this, but the way the evolution would happen in that particular sector, one is the technological marriage with the core domain knowledge. Second, on the few domain areas in the manufacturing and quality. And third, in the specialized research, especially in the genetics area, especially in the lot of disruptions which are happening. I know there are a lot of good work happening. For example, Dr. Suman Chakraborty, IIT Kharagpur, is doing a lot of fantastic, phenomenal work in the disruption in the healthcare. How the point 2 care is coming back. So those things are probably going forward in next 5-7 years. We will not be going to a diagnostic agency, a diagnostic company to test our blood sugar or the common test. We'll only go for the specialized testing or for the personalized testing. So those are the areas where the norms would be changing and the roles would be changing when I speak about the healthcare or the pharmaceutical industry per se.
Thank you, Rupankar. Listening to Rupankar and Supratik, I'll just briefly sum it up. There's a fundamental shift in the equation between the worker and the workplace. So tomorrow probably we get into the workplace and work with a robot as our colleague can be a natural thing to happen. I'll actually lead the discussion with a very natural extension to the responses that my co-panelists gave, and also listening to our speakers at the beginning of the session, where some of them painted good stories that it's going to be India's decade 2030, and some of them kind of told us a little bit of a grim story about unemployability. So Supratik and Rupankar, question to both of you. Either one of you can take an attempt first. So how do we prepare the next gen? I think I see a mix of delegates, the students, there are academicians, professors, and also HR practitioners like us. How do we prepare the next gen for the new roles at workplace that we have ourselves not seen? So I'm not really able to envisage what is ChatGPT is going to do, or is there something beyond that that's being developed? So how do we are the practicing HR managers or HR practitioners prepare the next generation for something that we have ourselves not seen? So is it a crystal ball gazing that we're supposed to do? How do we prepare those kind of skills? And what is that I go out and tell the academics that these are the skill sets, or these are the set of requirements that I have for my industry for the next 10 years. So what is your thought on it, Rupankar?
Yeah, interesting question, Samar. So the eminent speakers they're talking about, they are mentioning a book called Deep Purpose. And then Mr. Vinay Ranjan, he was talking about first you understand your box and then you think what is out of the box. But coming to the box, I would suggest everyone to read that book, 3 Box Solutions by Dr. Vijay Govindarajan. He spoke a lot about in that book about how the industries they have utilized that and focused more on the industries. But it's very, very evident. It's very, very important for an individual also how you can manage yourself or can prepare yourselves about the future or about your next role. So what those that 3 box solutions say? It says there are 3 boxes where you have make the present. So you do whatever your job you are currently doing very, very efficiently. For that, if you want to learn something, if you want to do certain certifications, learn new skills, you do that. Second, selectively forget your past. So if you have some baggage or if you have some mindset which tells you about the past, or I have done it in the past in that way, that probably selectively you will have to unlearn. Third is prepare for the future. Now, how you prepare for the future? Now, that's where the very important aspect. So, he's saying that you'll have to intentionally exercise your learning muscle. So, first you need to probably see where the disruption is happening within the domains, within the industry. And fortunately, there are a lot of secondary research today available, like many of us, and we heard a lot about what the disruptions are happening in different domains, how the things are changing. So that you need to look at. So then you have to look at in those disruptions, do some self-introspection and try to understand where you align within the madness of the disruption. Accordingly, you'll have to probably prepare for the future. So that's very easy to say, but then probably you need to look at that model and see, and it's very, very, and he has given examples of the industries, given examples of the companies who have focused more on the present, who have perished, like Nokia is a classic example. And then there are a lot of examples on how the organizations who have seen the future and then probably have prepared for the future. So I remember when we were talking about, then I worked considerable time in Reliance, and then when they are talking about the launch of Jio and the launch of new these things, enterprises for the new age economy, what Mr. Ambani says that what brought us here would not take us there. So that's a very classic statement by him. So that probably tells you that we need to look at that probably what we have gone through the conventional way, that may not take us there. But having said that, for the new generation, I see a lot of youngsters are there. Please do not defocus on what you are currently studying, what you are currently focusing. So be focused on your basics, be very clear what you have been taught or what are the basics you are being taught, because many a times in order for the better things we try to forget the basics. So be very focused on the basics learning, what Mr. Vinay Ranjan was saying, the 4 Ds or the other basic skills which are required for the employability. Please don't forget those things. So those are actually the pillars of getting employment or making you prepared for the employability. Those remains intact, but at the same time you have to keep your eyes open and look at where your interest lies and keep preparing yourself. So that's probably the way we need to prepare ourselves for the next job or how the future is shaping.
Thank you, Rupankar, and over to you, Supratik.
Sure, thank you. And I'd like to take it in terms of 5 different aspects which I think need to be focused on. One is in terms of the need for continuously upskilling oneself. See, I come from an organization which is heavily invested in technology. In fact, I look after technology consulting, which has more than 9,400 people at this point in time, invested in all areas of technology, right from Microsoft to the traditional ERP solutions to data and analytics and what have you. Having said that, one thing that continuously has been a hallmark of traditional IT organizations is the need for continuously needing to update oneself, right? You join an organization with a certain set of skills. There is a steep learning curve in terms of coming up to speed with what the organization expects from you. Then somebody gets onto projects, delivers, and that's how maybe the career progression takes place for the next 3 to 5 years. After that, you take on a project management role, you become a senior in the team, so as to say. You manage a set of people, you have your on-site, offshore, stakeholders to take care of, and so on and so forth to move up the hierarchy chain. But I think one thing which is becoming very important is the fact that if one stagnates or one chooses to believe that, this is the set of skills that have come into the organization, now it's the responsibility of the organization to take care of me, that possibly might not happen now. So there's a need for continuous upskilling. There are learning paths which are available. There are various career progression models also which are based on learnings. Learning is now closely integrated into our KPIs for the year, right? So there's a certain set of mandatory learnings which need to be, gone through before, the person is considered for the next level, and so on and so forth. So that's, I think, the first aspect. Second is in terms of digital upskilling. So there are multiple curriculums which are available, and we need to start early. It's not that, maybe after 4 to 5 years, this need will come in. Technology is a fast evolving phenomena where, maybe, something which is happening today, in the next 6 to 7 months, that becomes outdated and, new technology takes over. So there is going to be a digital upskilling process which is there within each organization, where there's a curriculum which needs to be followed. There are learning programs which are available, which is taken up by our employees, and we sort of move through that. Third is in terms of continuous learning. It's not just about learning on the job, but also ensuring that your team is also up to speed. So I think that continuous focus in terms of upskilling is going to be a major differentiator for us. Second is in terms of, or rather fourth is in terms of our starting off early, right? So building in a internship within the organization, where from campus we have employees joining us, and they go through 3 months, 6 months of rigorous training. Many times they're offered pre-placement offers, and they come back and join us as full-time employees. So that's something which we started off as part of our campus reach out programs. We have identified directors and partners within the organization who are invested in specific campuses. In fact, the entire set of campus activities during the course of the year are spearheaded by these leaders, and they have their teams which they work back with, and that's how they sort of take it ahead. And third is in terms of, or rather the last point is in terms of identifying the change champions. In any transformation initiative, it's very important that we have certain change champions identified who are going to drive this particular change. And if we see that the change is not going in the right manner, or there needs to be mid-course corrections, these are the guys who are going to be the drivers in terms of taking up the baton in terms of driving the change that we are focusing on. So I think those are the inputs which
Thanks Supratik. We'll now open it to the floor for the next about 5-6 minutes and take a few questions. So whoever is asking the question, please also refer to the panelist who you would like to ask that question. And if you can keep your question precise, it will help us in responding faster and wrap up the program. Yeah, I can see a hand coming up. So can you use the mic, ma'am?
This question goes to Mr. Rupankar. You just talked about Nokia. Now, one of the primary reasons is why Nokia or Kodak maybe, they just disappeared from the market was they ignored change. So how do you think that being able to survive a VUCA world, you need to be adaptable? One of the skills, primary skills for a younger generation would be how adaptable you are, how flexible you are. How do you suppose that would enhance the employability and the roles, the ever-changing roles that happens nowadays in this VUCA world?
Yeah, I think the answer lies in your question itself. So the major aspect goes into the adaptability. Now there are two things. One is what Supratik spoke about, the technology upskilling and the way digitization is happening. That's one part. Second part, in the software aspect, which are the skills, which software aspects would be in demand? So one, that what McKinsey, that classic Bible of future of work, that report says, future of work 2030. There are two soft aspects. One is the high cognitive skill. People who have the complex problem solving ability, the critical thinking, literacy and written communication, what Mr. Vinay Ranjan was focusing on, analytical skills and clubbed with the statistical skills. So that would be one area where there would be dominance, and probably maybe not 2030, probably 2030, because 2030, early 2030, they say would be driven by algorithm, then the augmentation, and the later part of the 2030. And then the, apart from technology, the second software aspect, it talks about your social and emotional skill, who have got better maturity in terms of, I'll just take a minute, yeah. Just in terms of the interpersonal relation, or how he balances himself, and how he cope up with the situation. So those are the skills, probably the software aspect probably would be required. So I think, as it was being mentioned in the earlier discussions, so you'll have to probably develop yourselves, or by certain external training or coaching at the early stage, to develop in those particular skills to be cope up with the challenges which are coming in the future roles.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pankaj. So any other question? Yes, sir. This is for who, if you can also point it out. Okay.
Sir, I am Dr. Chakraborty, associated with one engineering college. Different companies, they come to our college for the campusing placement. And this, I have found the students, they go for the test, different sort of test, aptitude test, and the HR people, they call it. HR is the tough hiring. Even I have found this term HR, human resources, a lot of changes. 50 years back, labor welfare officer, industrial relation, personal management section in the different companies. Now it has come HR. The government of India's HRMD converted to education department. Earlier it was education. People management conclave. Almost the same. Some of the companies in the world, they have changed HR to people officer. The terminology is different. The question is very simple, basic question. How do you assess? Like when you talk about the quantifying the assessment of the different emotional level, apart from the performance level, like when you go for the increment for a person, like for the academic institution, UGC has formulated one API scorecard, that is academic performance indicator. A lot of mistakes are there. There is no scope for the other aspects of the abstract which is invisible. Now my question is that, how does you people assess a person when you go for the increment? The formats are the same, but is it really the connotation of those questions easily absorbing the qualities of the human sentiments and the other good values, or only quantifying which is visible? That's my question. That is a hard task for the HR people. Thank you, sir.
Let me take this question. Supratik, sorry for responding to this. I'll not give you a very long drawn answer. Fundamentally, the performance management system, as you see across organizations, everywhere this will be the same story. I myself would have worked in 7, 8 organizations, and nowhere I have seen that people have been satisfied with the performance management system. So you can devise a number of mechanisms to assess objective scores, subjective assessments, personality tests, competency scores, and so on and so forth. But end of the day, what I have realized is the politics of PMS is what is going to rule the roost. So we can sit in this room, talk about bell curve, we can talk about removing bell curve, we can talk about balance scorecard, the KRAs and OKRs and MBOs and so on and so forth. But it's fundamentally how do the organization, how authentic they are in terms of administering the performance management system decides whether it's a successful, well accepted system or it's not a well accepted system. And it's actually shrouded in mystery as to why some of the organizations do it so well and why some of them do not do it so well. So it's elementary. What I have seen in my first job when I started with ISER, so it was not linked to your annual increment. So many organizations say, what is the use of doing a performance assessment if it is not linked to your increment? Then they changed. And then they realized that if you link it with the increment, there's going to be a different kinds of dissatisfaction all over the system. So I would still say that it's work in progress for the performance management system to be made in a manner that satisfies every one of us, and it's acceptable to the external world as well. I don't know whether UGC, they have set guidelines, and if you all are satisfied, then it's probably something that the practicing HR managers needs to copy and see if it can deploy there.
So maybe I'll just add on. We are in the process of completing our performance management for this year. So that's something, I think for introspection and for us to keep in perspective also. But having said that, couple of things. I think from a process standpoint, we can just be transparent about it, right? I think the KPIs, whatever we sort of assess our employees for, how we link it up in terms of our total rewards philosophy, all of that is very, very transparent, and every organization tries to be transparent. But having said that, couple of things I think which has helped is in terms of having a very clear goal defined at the beginning of the year, and if the organization follows mid-course goals, like for example the organization which I work in, we have quarterly goals. Have that frank discussion with the employee. If the individual is not performing as per expectations, have regular feedback with the individual in terms of what are his or her areas of improvement. I think that regular communication is going to be very important in terms of giving the employee any chance of mid-course corrections which happen. Beyond that, I think also the fact that have regular cadences with the stakeholders which the individual is working with. For example, in again the kind of organization which I have worked with, typically it's not just one project where the individual sort of is involved throughout the course of the year, but multiple projects, various firm level initiatives. So take a feedback from that, have a very clear discussion in terms of the individual performance vis-a-vis the relative performance of the individual, and at the end of the year, whatever the distribution comes to, and whatever we decide to award by way of the rating scale, communicate that very bluntly. Give the individual opportunities in terms of coming back with development needs, which can be taken up as the basis of next year's goals. So I think if that process is transparent, everything else sort of falls in place. But if we don't have that regular cadence with the individual, anything that we do by way of processes, and every organization has a different process. In our organization, we have the bell curve for certain levels we have done away with the bell curve. But nothing will work unless that level of trust is there. And today also we are facing a situation where managers say that, hey, this is not my job, this is the job of HR. So if your rating has come down, I actually proposed a rating of maybe something higher than what you ultimately landed up with. I think managers, and that's bringing up the evolving role of managers today, right? It sort of moved from a time when managers were just responsible for managing the work of the team that she was responsible for. Now it's that manager is expected to play the role of a coach, a mentor, a guide, a friend, a buddy. All of that has come into the picture. So I think the entire career progression framework, we need to relook at it and ensure that that level of transparency and effective communication is baked in.
Thanks. I think we'll take the last question. Sir, we would like to... Yeah, please. Yes, please.
Like, I was just reading one article published in the journal. Some of the professor of the IIM Ahmedabad, he did a survey, sample survey was 5,000 employees on top 100 companies in our country. And unfortunately, he found that after the performance management systems you talk about in the companies, 42% people, they were dissatisfied with the incentives which they have received. That is the employees' satisfaction level. How come the production or the performance outcome will be there? We talk about, that's the main thing.
Sir, I think I responded to you. Like there is no proven performance management system which is going to give you satisfaction 100%. Few years ago it was GE's bell curve. Today the bell curve is out of the window. So thank you. We'll probably take the last question and then close it. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Shauto. I'm from the HR team of Stripe. So, we talked about the VUCA world, but I firmly do believe that gone are the days of the VUCA and now is the turn for BANI, which is brittle, anxious, incomprehensible, non-linear. And you're talking...
What is the term again, sorry?
BANI. B-A-N-I. So it's brittle, anxious, incomprehensible, non-linear. Right. And we're talking about the employability challenges of next year. You're talking about continuous learning, PMS. So my question is to the entire panel out there, how do you exactly future-proof our managers to come out from the VUCA world and enter the BANI world?
We can pass on to the next panel, but we'll try it out. Yeah, future-proof of manager, like it's undoubtedly as the roles are changing, the workplaces are also changing. Okay, so there are many organizations and the organizations are evolving to that requirement. So you do not have a specific workstation for you. So the workplace hygienes are changing, the workplace scenarios are changing, and it's very, very evident. So it's becoming more and more kind of lucid, and then probably there would be less of hierarchy. There will be more focus on the wellness in the context of what we have seen in the last 2 years. And then there would be probably more role of a chief of office of chief productivity officer like that. So the foolproof of it's very difficult to answer, or it's not very easy to make a manager foolproof. But as much as possible, the way the employee has to be adaptable, the manager also needs to be more, maybe 10-20% more adaptable than the employee. In the context of understanding the manager needs to be more adaptable in the context of understanding his or her employees. So that empathy comes in a very, very, very strong way, and how you build your interpersonal relationship. And then while you are working in the hybrid atmosphere, 2 days or 3 days you are coming to office, even in 2 days, you are probably disconnected, and there are already reports that probably that disconnect is creating some kind of social disconnect, and that stickiness, what is there, what you observe in the organization, that is probably vanishing. So that gap needs to be built by the manager. So in the context of building that manager, you need to be continuously interactive. You have to be more communicative, more collaborative. So a lot of collaboration skill, lot of empathy, and those aspects need to be further built in. I'm sure managers have got those basic skills, but those need to be further built into to probably manage the new gen or the next level of employees.
Thank you, Rupankar. I think with this response, I would like to wrap up the session. I would like to thank my co-panelists for sharing their insights and perspectives. And thank you once again, BCCI People Management Committee, for organizing such a wonderful event. I look forward to be a part of this probably in the future. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shamor Banerjee, and the team of wonderful people. They stuck to the time as much as they could, but the train is running late 30 minutes. So I'd like to, first, Mr. Shamor Chakraborty, if you can kindly felicitate our speakers, Supratik and Rupankar Chakraborty from Hyderabad. Can we have a bigger round of applause for the speakers? Can you kindly do the honors for Supratik? And to Mr. Shamor Banerjee, we will not let him like the, poor boy down the road. So he'll be the person who will be felicitated by the HR boss, Ranjan Sarkar, our chairperson for the People Management Committee. He'll felicitate our moderator, Shamar Banerjee from Staff Cements. With that, we say thank you and goodbye to this panel. Thank you so much. If you can have your photos.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that wonderful session. With that, we come to the close of this part of the program, and we are now heading for Mr. Virat Kohli. We don't have him in person, but we have him in spirit. Supratik Bhattacharya, can we, our friend Joydeep Chatterjee, can we give him a big round of applause, the co-chairperson of Bengal Chamber of Commerce? So he'll be having a fireside chat with Mr. Sunil Muthaya, Mr. Sanjay Muthaya, CEO of Contemporary Leadership. So it's a fireside chat. If you can kindly put in the placards, and we are really looking forward to it. This is supposed to be a high voltage event, but Joydeep told me specifically that don't hype it up. Keep it bland, keep it simple. So may I request Joydeep Chatterjee, CHRO SREI, to come up on stage. He is also the co-chair of the People Management Committee, a man whom I have known for years, been from Singapore. You'll be excited, and thank you, sir, for coming all the way from Bombay. Mr. Dr. Sanjay Muthaya, CEO of Contemporary Leadership and Business Solutions. All yours. Joydeep.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this session. Are we all there? Jayashree Ulhal, Leena Nair at Chanel, Jayashree Ulhal at Arista, Neil Mohan at YouTube, Ajay Banga at the World Bank, Arundhati Bhattacharya at Salesforce, Kamala Harris at the US President. From global institutions to management to academics to political governance, the Indian origin CEO has risen from nowhere to everywhere. 2020 Times London issues a book, Made in India Manager. R. Gopalakrishnan, chairman at the board of Tata Sons and Levers, writes, what is the secret sauce behind this Indian origin? And the scathing review that Times London gives, that Indians are making a huge, about 5-6 managers that the world has got, and why does it not make the Indian economy a great economy? R. Gopalakrishnan makes a forward note saying Indian origin CEOs are going to take the world and watch out for, because our academic insights are deep rooted and we can fire whatever comes in front of us. The topic for today is academic insights, challenges in 2023 and beyond. And I will be discussing this with a man called Dr. Sanjay Muthal, whom I believe has straddled across continents in Europe and Middle East, studied at the University of Bombay, specialized at the Ross School of Business, Michigan University. So Mr. Muthal brings in him the variedness of academics at the Michigan School of Business, as well at the Indian universities, and it is my privilege to have a recourse with you, Dr. Muthal, as we straddle across continents, oceans, and geographies to say what does it take in the academy of today to make the Indian manager look like a more of a Satya Nadella, which the world and the aspirations that India has. So my opening question to you will be, what is it that the world that you came from, perhaps 20 decades behind me, the academics that you were brought in, and the academics that you see now has changed? Over to you, sir.
Fantastic, Jaydeep. Before that, good evening, Kolkata. Pleasure to be here, always love this city, and good to meet friends. First thing, Jaydeep, I have a question for you. Where is the fire? For a chat, to be around it. So I think what probably the onus of creating fire has been given to you. So good luck to you on that. Your question on what changed, correct? First of all, before that you took quite a few names of people who have done well for themselves in the global, economic or socio-economic flora, fauna, and have reached the milestones that rarely India saw in the earlier generations. And a lot of discussion, I keep seeing people saying that, wow, what has India done? Our academics is so good that India is producing CEOs of tomorrow, and these are global CEOs. So something is deep-rooted in the academics that they have learned from India. For me, that's all bullshit. All that they have done well for themselves is purely because they have done well for themselves. Academics here has had absolutely no impact. What academics? First of all, a lot of us are confused between academics and education. Academics takes you to school, education takes you to learning. And if you are not learned by going to academics, you have achieved the degree, but have not got the well-rounded learning that you should have got. What these people got learning from India is the ecosystem that they grew up in. Their grandfather went to a particular job, their parents went to a particular environment, their parents managed a political environment within their organizations well and rose to a position, and this child has seen that day in and day out. Then he or she went to a school or a B school and had similar experiences that he or she had in his or her own context. And the maturity and the learning that he took from our environment, where nothing was linear, everything had too many variables. Even to reach office in Kolkata when there is a strike, or in Mumbai when there is a Shiv Sena strike, but you still reach the office, teaches you the way, how do you maneuver your way to work, and in the process to success. All these people did very well, is to got their way, quote unquote, maneuvered is a little loaded word, but structured their way in a manner that they were able to reach the world of that they reached in the helming the top role, because most of their competitors came from a linear world.
Dr. Mutta, I couldn't much more agree to you into this. You bring a narrative which is about stating the obvious that these have nothing to do with academics, but the fabric of Indian nation, which steers a person to resilience, is all that has brought them. And ladies and gentlemen, it's a point to think through. When NDTV honored 25 most powerful Indians, and one of them was a young girl from Chennai, her name was Indra Juria Nui. And Nui was asked at this presidential speech in front of Dr. Pranab Mukherjee, what is it to get this honor, and how did you get this honor? And I just don't want to make the words wrong, and this is what Indra said at the Parliament Hall. Growing up in a crushingly competitive, highly aspirational environment, from birth certificate to a death certificate, from school admission to IIT, IIM admission, living in India presents huge challenges. Only the persistent succeed. And I succeeded because, not because of anything else, because IIM provided me the best academic curriculum, because I was brought in an environment in Chennai, in a family where we all had to learn how to thrive. And that has made me. And that curiously brings me to the next problem. Does our academic, I studied in the school of Xavier School, which perhaps taught a certain way of teaching. The solutions were there, the thoughtness was there. And you studied in another part of the world, the Stephen Ross School of Business in America is one of the lands, as Vinay Ranjan was saying, the world of romanticized America. But do you think they have played a cardinal role in your life in in getting you where you are. You have been 40 years of HR at the boards. You sit in the board of LIC. LIC is Jindagi ke saath, Jindagi ke baad. But I just want to understand, Dr. Mutsal, does academic really play a role, or is it your parents that shaped your minds and academic was a catalyst to it?
Yeah, so there is no substitute for growing up. There is no substitute for growing up in an environment that you grow up. And most importantly for all of us, our parents are our guiding force. They continue to remain at some level till they are in our lives, and much more after they go away. Because when they are in our lives, in a manner we take them for granted, but once the void gets created, then every teaching that they have given you and I comes back guiding us all the more. That's my personal experience. Academics are kind of creating a roadmap, but the walk to the destination is your own. Everybody in the class of 40 has the same academics. Why does only one man reaches the help? The road map that is laid by the academics has various straddles or the hurdles that one has to go through. The response to that hurdles is what differentiates also ran versus the winners.
Brilliant.
And therefore, the response that you build to every stimulus or every hurdle that comes your way is what you have grown up with to give as a response. Like Indrani said that in a Chennai Tamilian Brahmin family, her responses would have been built right up there. Now, so very seldom you don't acknowledge that, but we get into a very, very fuddy-duddy words of management learnings and so on and so forth, and druckers of this world with due respect. But all the druckers that we learned are our early childhood, culture, and the value system that you follow at home. I think for me, that's the guiding force throughout our lives.
Great.
In life, there are a lot of situations where you have go, no-go decisions to make. And it's always that fulcrum that guides you.
I agree. I think that the word fulcrum is the operative word here to actually fill the balance between when not to work and when to work. Visti Banerjee, and you know Visti Banerjee very well, Mr. Mutsal. Visti Banerjee was my former boss at Godrej.
He just launched his book yesterday.
Correct. Angry Birds, Angrier Bees.
Correct.
It's a masterful reflection of collections of employer-employee relationships, and I just got the book last night. And the pages spoke about Visti's enormous 50 years of career. But one thing he wrote a chapter was academics. He's saying, in all this, academics is sandwiched between a good manager and a better manager. And reading the pages, all that he reflected on is saying, the best B schools should have bought the best managers, but the best managers in corporate India are managers who have worked in a much unstructured environment, much chaos, and which also relates to the C.K. Prahlad emergence principle, which says it is fortunate to grow in India in a chaotic world, because then you can face the world which is better than America. So I just want to bring this corollary list in your mind today. Thriving through chaos in India, a good academics of IIMs and Excel, and a not so great tier 2 city boy, not in the metro of India. Does these combination make a better manager? Or is it a great tier 1 city, Delhi, IIM educated, sophisticated environment, has all the goods of the world and gets into the managerial world faster? And what's your experience?
So the first combination is a deadly combination that will always make you conquer the world. Good education, hunger to prove, and the challenging circumstances like tier 2 cities that you talked about. But not necessarily every good B school produces a very good manager. They produce very good students. Managers, there's a difference between knowledge and skill, right?
Correct.
Knowledge is something that is taught to you and you learn. Skill is something you deploy that. And then you learn out of what you already learned. So application of knowledge is building the skill. Now when application happens, that's where the mind comes to play. The academic part of it is already learned. Now how do you apply in a particular situation? That differentiates, as I said, the winners versus also ran.
Correct.
Now when you apply that, are you from town to cities and therefore you have had more vagaries of life that you faced? And how you kind of learnt out of those are some of these learnings that you are deploying when you're applying that could be a winner. And kind of history shows that people who are more hungry tend to win faster.
But they stay foolish as well.
They could stay foolish, yeah, of course. More foolish you are, more your learnability increases. Okay. Because the day you say, I've learnt it all, you stop learning, right? And you can never stop learning.
And I know, as you say, and I was just thinking Einstein's favorite quote, when intellectual pursuit should die only when you die.
Correct.
That brings to the topic which I think the audience will be more interested in, is the 2023 and beyond. If the 2023 and beyond is the made in India, and academics shapes the India, and the future managers are running to the B schools, what sort of curriculum you actually have in mind when you will interact with the professors sitting over here? And I saw the elite panel over here, Mr. Ranjan from Coal India, Exide. These are large employers, large, great employers. And the gentleman was talking about industry-academia interface. But I was wondering that the B schools of India have taken the best practices from Harvard. SP Jain says, I borrowed from Harvard. Excel says, I borrowed from Michigan. Somebody says, I borrowed from INSEAD. Where is the best to adopt? If my Indira Nooyi is sitting in Chennai and Kamala Harris born in Chennai can rule America, where is the best to adopt? And what is the best? So any thought process on that narrative, that what is the academic going to be the best? What is that these young minds will look for?
I think, again quoting Prahlad, he said, when you start copying best practices, then you are losing opportunity to create next practices. All of us should be tuned in to create our own, in our own backyard, something which is new, which is something trend-setting, which is something path-breaking.
You're saying our own recipe fits the growth.
Our own recipe for the growth, because as we know, and as Vinay also said, that this is going to be the decade for India. Now, the Indianness in the learnings is going to, for me personally, and as I continue thinking or reading or meeting people here globally, Indianness is something that's going to be the differentiator. And I'll specifically say what to me is Indianness. I think there is no substitute for learning technology. That is no-brainer, because that anyway is the work of the left brain. That obviously the world is changing, technology has to be deployed, AI has to come, data sciences has to come, analytics will come, etc., etc. That's the way. But that's only the way of how to do the business. But what to do, in what circumstances, that how gets converted into what, is where the managerial ethics, managerial effectiveness will come to the fore. And here, when I talked about Indianness, I think we have some great fulcrum of all of us, most of us, pardon me, say all of us, are product of middle classes, where we are hungry, we have aspirations, and we have got a tremendously fortunate upbringing by our parents. And that upbringing has, taught us very basic, values-driven life. Over a period of our, let's say 18 and above to 18 to 25 years of age, when you get exposed to the world at large, that's when you get into higher academic issue, and you have aspirations to become what you want to become, etc., etc. there happens to be some kind of a deviation that takes place, because then what becomes important and how to reach there, etc., etc. But if, to me, when I talked about Indianness, if all our teaching can be based on 3 fulcrums of Satya, Seva and Prem, as basic as that, truth, service and love, rest all follows in place. Because you talk about any organization, if you hold these fulcrums of 3 values intact, and I'm not taking away at all, I mean, I'm not here to be prescriptive, because that's one thing that we tend to do, is by saying that this is the way or there is no other way. There may be many other ways. For me, if you follow, these are basic tenets of lives, everything that you do, even as a manager at workplace, gets you differentiated from the rest. And people start saying that, boss, ये आदमी के साथ काम करो, ये आपको कभी झूठ नहीं बोलेगा, ये आपको guide करेगा, and he's always there to support you. And I think over long run, even the name that you took of some of them, I'm sure have followed these, and that's why they got differentiated.
You know, the defining moment of the chat is what you rightly said, Dr. Muttal, today, just now, and I was reflecting as you were saying, that what is not in the syllabus of the MBA class is values and ethics, and if that comes from the family, then the academic curriculum is complete. Is that a fair summation?
Yes, it is. It is.
And that brings to, you know, another important narrative for me. You know, Arundhati Bhattacharya, from a CEO to banker to every Indian, leaves India's most coveted bank and joins American organization Salesforce. And the parting remarks on her farewell speech is, you can take me out of India, but you can't take India out of me.
That's right.
I think that defines what you said, Dr. Muttal. That, you know, it is not the academics, it is the value system that shapes the academics that makes you a better manager. And I think, and I'm not getting the curriculum per se, I'm relieving the topic, the curriculum, how an academic curriculum should be. But I think the narrative that I'm trying to bring today's dialogue is that the B schools, the academicians, the managers, it's time to reflect what is not in the syllabus. Please pay more focus to that, because that will make you a better managers.
Correct.
We will slowly move to a little bit of contemporary thought process, Mr. Muttal, and I will borrow from your enormous experience in Middle East and London, particularly. India is slowly getting into this new concept of finishing school, or SOIL, School of Inspired Learning. I think what makes an inspired learning? I thought temples are places for inspired learning. Can an MBA class, or a student like me, who is notoriously naughty in an MBA school, can I be inspired in a class? Unless J.R.D. Tata speaks to me, I will rarely be inspired in a class. So what is your thought about this finishing school concept, or the school of inspired learning? Or they say, Harvard University has called a chair of ethics and philosophy. What do you think? Is this a slowly subtle narrative to the world that they make your curriculum much more on truth and values? Is that something you think?
Yeah, finishing schools are good because they try to get you industry readiness in that sense. But my fundamental question, why is there a finishing school required? Purely because industry and academia have stood on the 2 sides of the river. And then they expected that he should plunge first and come here. And this industry expected, the academia expected the industry should plunge and come there. In the process, nobody jumped in the water and set expectations on each other and remained very happily thereafter. In the process, somebody had to swim, and that's where the finishing schools came in and said that, come, we'll help you to tide over and go there. But why this was required at all? Purely because, and I think to me here, coming from industry, I hold industry more responsible because we are expecting a product that comes out from academia to be industry ready without putting any skin in the game. I spend a lot of time in the pharma industry, so if I require a good pharma manager or whatever you call it, a product manager, I need to go and tell academics that this is what currently the products are being developed. I need to tell the academics that this is the new way of managing business. I need to go and tell academics that first 5 years, this gentleman when he joins is going to be single contributor. After 3 years, become first line manager, and therefore for first 3 years, I want this kind of skill sets. After next 3 years, I need a team building and what have you, etc., etc. I haven't told that to academics. And when the students come out from the academics, now how the student has gone to academics is, the student has gone to academics by expecting an outcome of a good placement. True. The only driver, unfortunately, in the commercial world that we have created today is what is going to be my salary when I get my first posting. So the B schools are getting defined by इसमें 6 lakhs का है last year, इसमें 8 lakhs है, इसमें 12 lakhs है. So that 6, 10, 8, 12 is determining which B school I go to, and not which good professor is there, and not what good value system that school has got or not. That is on the one side. And there, it's a student kind of a notion of, I need that finally to happen, therefore let me go to this school, and this school assures me of getting that compensation. But when that compensation comes and that person is placed in the B school, in the industry, then industry says, but he is not industry ready. And this whole process, how will industry readiness come if industry, as I said, doesn't tell the academia this is what is required today? And therefore, if this partnership doesn't become holistic, holistic is the operating word, where industry has skin in the game and academia has skin in the game. And very simple things we can do. For example, if I am I am a logistics company, can I get whichever B school I patronize, can I get there 3 professors who are from supply chain background, logistics background, to come and do a 6 months managerial role in my company? I will pay for them.
Reverse thinking.
They'll be happy to do it. And I should be extremely delighted that with the 6 months salary being paid to 3 professors, they are going away by saying that this is what works in today's corporate world. Forget that, this is what work in this particular group. And let me now go back and structure my programs that will make my students industry worthy for this organization or these sets of organization. Very simple to that.
Correct.
And reverse. Why can't we send our managers, and I'm not saying going on a Saturday to do, the visiting professor, go for 6 months and take one program in that B school or that engineering school. Stay there. Work with students. On the weekends, spend time with them in telling them, giving them some few live cases, etc., etc., etc. Things will change.
I hope they change.
You can crucible this for your own organization as a learning crucible. See the impact. I have seen this happening very well for some of the organizations that I worked with. But our problem is that we want instant solutions. And then the instant solutions, I am expecting the professor to give me the ready product. And the professor is struggling because he doesn't know what I'm wanting today. And then the whole blame game starts. That there is a huge skill gap. Now tell me, if
it's fashionable. Actually.
If the supply, overweighs the demand in our country, why should there be problem like attrition and things like that? And all our HR folks are engaged in dealing with attrition. Purely because you think people are leaving and I am not getting people. Because we have not made people ready. I think serious thought to be given around holistically looking at industry academia interface.
Slightly, since it's a fireside chat, I'm supposed to raise the temperature a bit. So I'm at liberty getting a little bit of a political narrative, not any party as such. There is a cacophony going around in Indian democracy on academic that, and particularly B school academics, that they need to be in vernaculars. And the logic behind the narrative is that our India is built in rural and our factories are in rural. And if I get skilled and trained people in vernaculars who understand the local, then I will make better managers because the rural India needs different set of dealing with people versus the urban India. Do you think there is any predominant sense in this thought process that make our academic vernaculars in B school academics, I'm not talking about colleges doing general management, in vernaculars?
To me it's little tough because you go to market language, it continues to be English. So you may have kind of limited markets where this might work, but if your broader world is as your play area, then probably vernacular way of doing things can be taught even in English. For example, whenever you are asked a very critical question, all of us think in our own vernacular language. It's a human reaction. You ask somebody to multiply some number, you will first multiply in the language of your mother tongue. Correct. But that's how the brain is structured. So you might have certain nuances that India has, and we talked about some of these leaders making big, because they have in a way Englishized their vernacularness in the global market.
And you said so much true. Sundar Pichai went to IIT Kharagpur. Sundar Pichai went to IIT Kharagpur on a just frisky trip via and said, let's meet my alma mater and Vidyasagar hostel. And one young boy from, I think, Uttarakhand asked him this question: do I need to know English so very well? Because I have got into IIT Kharagpur wanting to learn mechanics and mechanical engineering. Every day I will deal with workers. Do I need to? And he said in his native Hindi accent. And Sundar Pichai said, the ability to think in English in an international environment is of great advantage. And then he says, many managers think in their language but act in English. Indians can think and act in English, and that's why where I am. And that's what he said.
He's endorsing what I'm saying.
So I think,
But there's also, there's a contrary thing here. Sometimes this Englishness in us can be so much overbearing that you might lose the context of the business that you are doing. Correct. And in the process, get completely dysfunctional. A friend of mine, he told me a story in a particular bank that in his rural bank branch, there used to be a couple that used to come every day, and they would come up to the branch and go away. And this kept happening for few days and few months, and one day the branch manager, 2-3 days, somebody told him, so he went out and asked them that you come up to the branch and you're not coming inside. Is there something that I can do? So they told him in vernacular, and this happened to be in Maharashtra, saying that, no, we want to invest some money, but aapke bank mein sab log English hi bolte hain. That was debarring them from getting into the branch itself.
Forbidden territory.
So it can become even dysfunctional sometimes.
Correct.
And therefore you need to be adaptive and customize what you do in a manner that suits your
cuts the eyes.
Customer segment.
The story coming to the end and the fag end, the last 5 minutes, and then we'll do some question answer session. You know, we have come a full circle, Dr. Muthai. We started with global managers. We spoke about Indian managers, Arundhati. We talked about the value system. And academic curriculum as per se is nothing wrong, but the catalyst that we need perhaps is the values, ethics coming into the full front. And you talked, I think you're a vociferous supporter of today, saying that we need to have much more industry interface and there should be a cross reversal of roles. Be where it is. The chaotic India that we are in today, and I'm reading out some lines just to put much more context to the narrative that somebody said to me last night. A very powerful friend of mine works in a very senior position in some company, a finance director. And he said, just infuse these lines and see the reaction of Dr. Mutta. And the lines are like this: exposure to extraordinary setbacks that accelerated my personal learning and nothing to do with the academics taught at the Institute of Chartered Accountancy. Commuting in chaotic circumstances, inadequate privacy and space to study at home, poor sports and library facilities, and the crushing burden of exams, every moment has made me resilient and shaped my thoughts to become a powerful manager and remove these impediments in our life. I believe every student faces these setbacks like inadequate marks, lost college admission, or limited job choice. This implies that ambiguity and setbacks are merely seen as challenges to overcome as a student in our world to become better managers. In a world which is frequently characterized as volatility, uncertainty, and complexity, I believe growing in India and in these chaotic circumstances is a clear strength and needs no change in academics. The person is Director of Finance in one of India's most powerful Fortune 500 companies. And I had this dialogue with him last night only to reiterate the point, because I believed in this topic of academic insights and 2023 and beyond. There's nothing much to do about the curriculum. It is the circumstances that we have to manage. So the last segment, I want to just leave you with your thoughts. Thriving through chaos, Alvin Toffler. What do you think the new managers who come from the best of the B schools need to do only that, to thriving through that chaos, to become better managers? And is it anything that you want to tell this audience, this 200 odd people, something to do with changing a FISB academic paper or ingraining what you rightly said, the industry interface, make it more than you're sorted?
You can't predict future. That's the learning that we have, especially after COVID. The Black Swan event, which changed all our lives, wiped away 2.5 hours of our lives virtually, but gave us a lot of learning in terms of, I could have never imagined that people can work out of home. It's a way of life. I could have never imagined there will be hybrid workplace. It's happening. And therefore, the way we manage our people pre-COVID, during COVID and post-COVID itself has changed 360 degrees now. You have to manage, we were told that human beings are made of flesh and blood and they are social beings. Now that's a basic characteristic of humans. Now in this situation that we faced, we saw even outcomes coming from people when they were not even socially connected. Although there is a great desire to be socially connected, and if you see now, if you see the diaspora around us, there are clearly segments of which are which are kind of divided by whether to go to office or not to go to office.
Correct.
There are sets of people between 20 to 30, they want to work from home. 30 to 40, some of them especially where because of the typical age bracket that they are in and they have kids, etc., they are voting for hybrid. And surprisingly, the so-called 40 to 50 or 50 and above want to get back to office because they grew up in an environment where meeting everybody over a coffee table was more important than doing the mundane work and so on and so forth. So you'll have to kind of, tomorrow future belongs to customizing solutions to your customers, and that will also apply to your employees. You cannot say one size fits all, henceforth. It never was working and it will never work in future. Because what people expect today is see, all of us have our life's purpose in our mind, right? And that purpose drives our day-to-day actions. Going to work is one
angry bee.
One vehicle that is trying to take you to that purpose. That's not the only vehicle that is going to take you to the purpose, to your purpose. But if the environment or the value system of that vehicle, which is your organization, is fathoming that well, then he is going to stick with you.
Correct.
But most of the time, we are not seeing the larger purpose of individuals. And you will have, thousands of people in your organization. Each one has a different purpose, but there is a commonality of purpose. If as an employer, if as an industry, you are able to identify that purpose and create more tailwind for helping people reach that purpose, they'll be very happy working with you. And believe me, good news is, and this is my favorite, is, we talked about various generations at work and so on and so forth. The good news is the India of today, the new workforce that is coming to work, Gen Z or now Gen Alpha, are completely purpose-driven guys. Completely. Ruthlessly purpose-driven. A lot of us don't identify that. A lot of us think that, they are very short, they are short-changing, they have very, very limited objective in life, they have huge expectations from life, but they do not have wherewithal to reach there, etc., because we are seeing the world from our frame.
Correct.
The good news is, these guys today are looking at the world from a very different specs that you and I did not look at. To me, fundamental, that difference is, most of us, at least people of my vintage and a generation later, grew up with scarcity as our spectacle to look at the world. What did scarcity taught us? There is a limited cake in the world. Go and grab it. Store it for tomorrow. Keep it for rainy day. And therefore, when we went to work and became managers, we became that. We started holding everything with us. We became extremely, quote-unquote, political. We were protecting our turf to the best of our efforts. This new generation which has come with abundance as mindset as their way to the life.
And they are not insecure.
And the abundance lies on the value system that there is enough for everyone in the world. And therefore, I will get my due when my turn comes. And there is, and therefore, a lot of us thought that, and we told very, very proudly, work is my life. These guys are telling me work is one part of my life, which is only 1/3 of my life. 8 hours.
So somebody said to me, work-life is my life.
Correct.
Work-life balance is only my life.
Absolutely. And that is so true. That is so true. You know, some of us got very excited, and I remember, and I give this example in school that I teach, that sometimes you are on Sunday, you are in thick of doing some ritual at home, puja and things like that, and the chairman's phone comes on that Sunday. You are so delighted, you take that phone, leaving that puja, there are 15 people sitting. The 15 people are talking about you. Oh, such a brilliant guy, very senior guy, his chairman is calling him on Sunday. And you are very proudly responding to that phone. Call up anybody of this generation. They take care of 2 hoods after your Saturday. Because there is abundance in mind. They are born, and we have an economic context in that. All of us were product of mixed economy. And therefore, we didn't have anything. Even if my father was well-to-do, we still had to go to a ration shop to get 500 grams of sugar. You only got limited kerosene. You had to wait 7 days for a cooking cylinder to come. What did this make you as manager? It made you completely scarcity-minded manager. You refused to see what you have. You only saw what you don't have. And therefore, all your management style was doing things of what you don't have versus what you have. All these people I'm talking about, the youngsters, especially born after 91, 92, when we adopted market economy, are born in market economy surroundings, where there is abundance available. You don't have to wait for any, you have a gas at your doorstep, you open a refrigerator, you have all the products that you aspired at one point in time, we aspired, lying there. So abundance is a kind of mindset. You give me today also you give me a new shirt, I will say, oh, fantastic shirt. Oh, Diwali is coming around, I'll open it for Diwali. Give it to my daughter. She says, oh, thank you so much. She goes inside, wears it, comes out and says, is it looking good? I'm going with my friends, give me $1,000.
And thank you for thinking through.
And you know, this is an example that actually, now if I'm not able to relate to this abundanceness of the mind, and I'm superimposing as a dad or at workplace as a manager, what I learned in the scarcity mindset is the cardinal rule to govern people. That's where dysfunctional engagement happens and attrition happens. Attrition never happens for money. It happens for some part of it for money, because they always say people join organizations and leave their bosses.
True.
And if the bosses are born with this scarcity and are supervising the abundance, this dysfunctionality is bound to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I indeed hope this chat was somewhat, if not fire, it was at least some sort of temperature boiled. We have around 5 minutes to ask questions. Please ask questions which is concise, precise, to the point, and not a storytelling exercise. So because we're lost in time and people will get bored. So whomever you want to ask, I think you should ask the gentleman who is much more brilliant in mind and thought and experience and than me, but more than free.
Sir, my question is that don't you think that when in the industry, a management graduate is expected to be an end-to-end specialist, like understanding of all the aspects of management, but we are teaching them to be specialists, like marketing, HR, finance. So whenever they are looking for a job, they are having a mental block that I am having marketing specialization, so I should be going for a marketing job. Maybe the HR is finding some qualities in HR or in finance, but he is not ready to go for that because he is having a mental block that I have done my specialization in marketing, so I should be going for marketing, or vice versa. Maybe HR should be in HR, finance should be in finance. So don't you think that MBA degree or the MBA curriculum should be like an MBBS degree, where we would be taught to become a doctor? Here we will be taught to become a manager. After my course is completed, I have been absorbed as a management trainee. Then based on my competency, corporate will decide that where should I go? Marketing, HR, finance, like that.
Appraisal session question, boss.
Yeah. So this is my question. I mean, what's your opinion on that?
You understood the question? I did not.
No, what he's saying is that, do you go for specialization or
generalistic? I mean, the problem we are facing from the placement point of view, that a student specializes in HR, so he is looking for only HR things, but he is having capability in logistics, supply chain, etc. But however, he is not ready because he has a mental block that he has done specialization in marketing or HR, even in a semester where he has thought of becoming a marketing specialist. He has not started. But he created that mental block, I should be in marketing, I should be in HR, I should be in finance.
Yeah, so that's the way the world is. You can't change it, right? Specializations are here to stay, and that leads them to ultimately their areas of work. Although for me, first 3 years, you don't do anything which is specialization later.
Right.
It's only in that 3 years, organization is trying to assess you in terms of general fit, in terms of your ability to contribute.
Right.
Therefore, all the first 3 years roles are either a individual contributor or they are cross-functional team roles.
True.
Beyond that is once you get into leadership is when your, let's say, metal will get tested in terms of your. So if I were you, probably I'll go with what you are saying.
Right.
But you can't undo what is already being done.
Right.
And therefore specializations will stay. What you need to tell students, or what students should appreciate, is that that's the only direction that you are going. But if you continue to be slave of that, then you are like general management, you will take time to reach.
True.
Because general management is what you are talking about. 15 years, because for first 10, 15 years, you get a specialized role in your function. After that, you get the vertical role, which is a general management role.
True.
And therefore, generalization would probably make him learn more about the general management than about the specific management. But that's the route that whole world is following, so maybe
Right.
tough to do.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My thought is, sir, specialization is a misplaced mercy that we get. A curriculum that you have studied for 2 years, get a job in that and do well and reach the ladder. These all will come after 15 years. At this point of time, the young minds should just get in the MBAs in HR, MBA in finance, just do the job and get to the ladder. That would be my humble submission. Any further questions? Oh.
I'm an assistant professor of political science in Ashutosh College. Just a basic generic question again, is that I've seen specifically that, students graduating from just social sciences background, they are often not, welcome in the industry as such. It's always like you have to go to a management school to be employed. Whereas mostly in developed countries, they welcome social sciences students to come into the industry because they think they come from a different perspective. So do you feel that in India, specifically, because social sciences is a very relevant discipline, the branch and area of study, I think if students are encouraged that, being a graduate in political science or in history or in philosophy, they can learn on the job. And I think it would be for students also it's very encouraging because the job circuit is very limited for them, especially in India.
Sure.
Thank you.
I think I completely support you. You will see a change happening here as well. In next 5 years, see, 5 years ago or 10 years ago, legal was the last preferred profession. Today, law is #1 profession in the country. The best of the students are, fighting for annual admission in Kolkata and Bangalore. Social science, by no means, is far lagging behind. It will come because, again, that's going to be the canvas of managing affairs in the business. In whichever route you take, you may get specializations above social sciences, you may not get, but as you said, economics, political science and social sciences will be the future vehicles. Thank you.
I completely agree. A Presidency College sociology graduate runs compensation and benefits for a 40,000 crore AUM NBFC in my company. And I think the humaneness that she brings to the table is far, far superior than an HR manager. So I am all for this, and I hope this happens. If not any other questions, ladies and gentlemen, absolutely pleasure to moderate this session with Dr. Sanjay Muttal. And sir, thank you very much for your time. It was a great evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joydeep. A big round of applause for the erudite conversation we had. And the word which rankles in me, the swing between a continuum from abundance, which is today's child, to the stark reality when we were children. So I think that remains in my mind as an indelible signature of Dr. Sanjay Muttal. May I request Joydeep Chatterjee to kindly felicitate our guest speaker, Dr. Sanjay Muttal, for a wonderful, wonderful, insightful talk. And may I request Mr. Somesh Dasgupta to please felicitate our co-chairperson, our very own Joydeep Chatterjee, for an excellent conversationalist, asking questions from Alvin Toffler, Sundar Pichai, Indra Nue, and all the beautiful people in the world. He raised the bar. It was a wonderful moment. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, panel, for this. We come to the last and the final. As always, the train is now running 50 minutes late. So this is the panel discussion on non-conventional employment avenues. And we have very distinguished moderator Ranjan Banerjee, head of HR in Berger Paints. The panelists would be Mr. Sudhakar Kamath. He is here, Vice President, Enterprise Partnership South and East, Refine. I would also call upon Dr. Chandrima Banerjee, Director, Uniglow Solutions. And of course, Mr. Indrajit Gupta, co-founder, partner, Accor Mindseek Private Limited. So as the stage is being set, get ready for the final panel discussion. The topic is non-conventional employment avenues. Moderator, Ranjan Banerjee, Head HR, Berger Paints. So it will be a colorful conversation because Mr. Banerjee is all colors from Berger, and we are just getting into the swing. Sudhakar ji, why don't you come up? So, Mr. Ranjan Banerjee, all yours.
Good evening and welcome. Nice to be here and nice to be in the midst of academia and organizations alike. Welcome, co-panelists. So there's no better time than now to discuss this very important topic of non-conventional avenues of employment, skill-based avenues of employment in this country. Because as this country takes the forefront of economic development and sustainable economic development across the globe, I think this is the appropriate time, and what better thing than having panelists like the ones we have, my co-panelists, to discuss this issue. So if you really look at it, you'll see non-conventional avenues of employment largely, and there are many. The point is to get them structured and to say what is available and where. So you look at freelance websites, you look at online tutoring, you look at social media management, you look at content creation, you look at app development, you look at search engine optimization, e-platform based services for reach and availability, like you have Uber, you have Urban Clap, and so on and so forth. These are just a few to mention. There are many more. So to start with, let me just send out a quick question at Sudhakar. So Sudhakar, how important do you think is it for India to really encourage and further the non-skill based employment avenues today?
Yeah, thank you, Ranjanda, and it's a pleasure and honor to be here. Thank you very much. Well, as most of the folks in the earlier conversation have already hinted that, there is a paradigm shift which has already taken place. And it will be very, very significant for the next 5 years. And we have been working in this particular space, refined particularly on the gig space, right? Having said that, I'll throw certain statistics to you at this point in time. The gig workforce, which comprises close to 7.7 million, will rise to 24 million by 2030, right? Currently, it comprises of 1.7% of the workforce. It will go to around 7% of the workforce. So it's a huge, huge jump, right? And particularly, there are other two things which are already shaping up this particular change. One is, as rightly said by Mr. Sanjay Muthal, the purpose-driven, right? People have moved, in that value chain, the Maslow theory. They have moved beyond roti, kapra, and makan. They have been looking at purpose. What is there for me to align with an organization, right? That's very primary as a driver for this particular change. And the third more important thing is, in companies and particularly in the startup side, which I'm well aware about, is the flexibility, a particular job brings in, right? How flexible his particular current job is. That also makes, certain decisions being skewed towards, what kind of job he would want to look at. And plus, the current breed of people who are coming into the workforce, especially the Gen Z, they want, learning to happen. And they're very inquisitive, let me tell you. And that, again, brings one important point, is whether the organization or whether the current ecosystem is really supporting them. And they don't mind getting into online and learning about this particular, whatever interests them. So these are few things which are already propelling, and I particularly see in the next 4 to 5 years, there will be a significant shift in people moving towards a gig kind of workforce. Not necessarily that what we are talking about, the Uber and Ola, that's there, that is close to 41%, which is the lower, that's the lowest skill which we are talking about. Even if I have to break it up, close to 21% comes under the high skill, bracket. So yes, the shift is already there, and we will see significant amount of movement happening. And I feel India is, preparing itself to see that particular change.
Thank you so much, Sanjay. Over to you, Indrajit. How do you think you can, encourage employers to recruit people who got into this non-conventional skills? And how best do you think you could do that?
Okay. Thanks, Ranjan, for the question. So, firstly, hello everyone. Indrajit here. And, I'm from the consulting business actually, and I've been an HR professional before starting my own firm. So you've heard about it, Encore Mindseek. So I'm going to try and give you a perspective across industries, regarding skilling of this particular gig economy that we've been talking about, right? As well as what kind of skills do youngsters need today to be a part of this gig economy, right? So we've had a lot of talk today, right? We've spoken about values, employability, etc., right? But what we are seeing here is a reality, right? There are many, many indicators, or I would say there are many, many trends that you can see in the industry, right? So a trend could be something like gig economy. A trend could be something like, the Gen Z, Gen Y kind of behaviors in the workplace. The psychological contract between the employer and the employee changing, right? And I heard this very interesting term, okay? It's called an economy of self-actualization, right? So what's happening now? Even the rookie wants to follow his dreams, right? So it's not only the CEO or the retired CEO starting off businesses and who's gathered money who wants to, dream big. Today, the young HR guy, after working for some time, wants to start his own company, right? I did it after working for 24 years, right? I know people who I have employed who have left my company in 2 years, after working for 2 years, they've become independent consultants, recruiters, what have you, right? So what actually is happening is the future is changing through these trends, leading to something which people are calling a mega trend. So why is it a mega trend? Because the very nature of work is changing. The very nature of the psychological contract is changing, right? And there, as Ranjan said, you have the skill economy, right? So the next question is, how do we nurture this skill economy? Because that's going to be the future, right? The alpha generation that Mr. Muthal was talking about wants this, and they are going to ensure that it happens, right? So what can we do, right? So I'd like to say the government of India, right, is taking cognizance of this as well, right? So I was having a quick look at the Niti Aayog report, right? So they are talking a lot about the gig economy and how to grow it, right? Because they know that generational workforces are not going to work within this particular paradigm, right? So how do you nurture, the question is, how do you nurture? How do you skill them? How do you protect them, is what they're talking about. And some of the main things that they're talking about here is what has already been spoken about, is outcome-based training, right? So what does that mean? That means that these people, so whether it's your drone pilot, or whether it's a UI developer, whether it's a recruiter, whether it's, as Shatoto said, chief meme officer. Okay, so you have radical jobs now, right? Platform services provide their own training. And Uber will give you basic training, Zomato will give you basic training. But it stops there, right? For outcome-based training, I think there should be an outreach program. Even the government's talking about it, right? So where these people are connected to employers, like a forum we are having today, right? So similar kind of forum where employers are there, gig economy workers are there, and they get to understand from employers what the expectations are, So that's one thing, outcome-based orientation. The second thing is transitional upskilling, okay? So this is another thing even the government of India is talking about now. And I read the report, they've put industry people in the report as a part of the reporting team. They've had major brains, so as to say. I won't take names here, and they're saying that what's happening to these guys is they're getting stuck in a rut, right? So you have to give them upskilling which will enable them to grow themselves, right? There are 15 million of them now, right? If I look at just white collar gig workers, I think about 8 million or something like that, right? So transitional upskilling is the next one, okay? What they're also talking about is very interesting, is skill passports, right? So it gives these gig workers transferability, right? So I work with a company. They give me a certain kind of skill passport, which I can use in other organizations, other gigs, to earn better, right? So financial inclusion or financial growth, whatever, etc., etc. So, I fully support the government and a lot of other reports as well. So there's this consulting firm with Microsoft, and they did a report on this as well, right? Where they feel that transformational upskilling is going to be very, very critical, right? What they also feel is a certain level of protectionism is also required, right? And this is something I've seen happen in the industry. So we must make sure that our children, or whatever, the next gen, the alpha gen, are protected also when they go into this particular gig style of working, right? And how do you do that? How do you protect people? So you again interface with employers, educate them, right? They shouldn't be second-hand spares. A lot of companies based in India, who are Indian companies, who are multinational companies, treat them as spares. And I have seen that myself. So I've done benching. I'm sure a lot of you guys in IT know what that means, right? So to protect them from such, such situations, basically. So I think from the infrastructure point of view, certain amount of protectionism, guidance, employer feedback, etc., is required, right? So Ranjit, I mean, I'll stop here because that was my mandate. So thank you.
Thank you. So Sudhakar, just a follow-up question. Any examples of the success of such training programs to enhance effectiveness of the skill-based avenues, non-conventional skill-based avenues of employment?
You're talking about the success stories in
success stories
on the non-conventional space.
Yes, yes.
So yeah, there are two spaces which grew very rapidly. One is of course the online tutoring, and the second one is the healthcare. The healthcare segment. But I'll take the online tutoring because that has created a big disruption in the current structure. The market is growing at a frenetic pace of close to 18%. We have the Baijus of the world who has conquered, the global arena now, right? And you have multiple of them in that particular space. You name them, the Vedantus, the Unacademies of the world. So many of them there, right? And the reason why they are there is very simple, because there was a gap which they have felt, the current structure. Having said that, I will also tell you a few statistics here because that's where people connect better. There is a shortage of close to 2 million teachers currently in India, whereas the student population is close to 250 million. That's a huge, huge gap, and that's where technology comes in. And that's where we have seen in the last 3 years, and thanks to COVID, right? This particular sector seen a rampant run. And I feel that the steam is still there. Market is large, not only in India, global as well. So I feel this is one sector which you need to watch out for, and of course, healthcare also comes in. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Indrajit, one more question. What are the incentives or schemes that the government, you would be knowing, government would be launching in order to make these a success and make give it considerable traction so that it takes off?
See, at this point in time, I think the government is sizing up the situation, right? What I understand from the Niti Aayog report, what it has in mind is to partner with employers and the NSDC, right? So the Skill Development Corporation of India, so they are going to set up a framework in which the government of India will sort of promote this, and they got to get together with employers to initiate this basically. Yeah. So there's also some talk of there's this national apprentice scheme, right? So they want to use that forum on the gig economy, right? So I don't know how they're going to do it. Probably it's going to be that large corporations will take on gig apprentices, right? So give them house them for some training and knowledge and stuff like that as mandatory, right? It could be in IT, right? It could be in fintech. Fintech is thinking about that a lot also. So primarily they are thinking of using these two tools. There's another thing which they are thinking of, I believe, and that's like a portal for this, right? So you already have Gig India and all of these flexi people and all that stuff in India. Of course, Upwork and all of that is available worldwide. But they want to strengthen that in India, right? Because you see, Alpha is a digital generation, right? So you're going to call them into an organization for training. I don't know how well that's going to cut with them, right? So I think probably they're thinking of going digital, having employers on the site, having gig workers on the site, having guidelines and doing everything through that platform, basically.
So coming across to you, Chandrama now, first of all, a quick insight from you about this whole subject of skill-based, non-conventional sources of avenues of employment. And then, of course, we'll get on to some specific questions directed at you.
Thanks, Ranjan. And a very good evening to all of you. My co-panelists have already talked about it, and they have given the landscape. I'm not getting into that space. Two things we know for sure, that gig economy is growing at a phenomenal pace, and maybe it will grow about another 7% in next 3 to 5 years. Second thing which has come up, that gig economy is not only for the lower strata of the skill, not only Ola, Uber driver, they're then the mid-level and very top niche skill level. Even at the R&D level also we are getting gig people, gig workers. So these are in this landscape, what I would like to share with you is that I think we really do not understand, most of us, I'm not talking about the experts, what is this non-conventional employment is all about, okay, right? It is so huge. It's from IT to media to agriculture to hospitality to culinary to, you name it and it is there. We really do not understand this space, most of us, very well. I think we need to understand this. So we need to understand in which industry there is, actually the demand is coming up. So when we talk about non-conventional, what comes to our mind, as Ranjan, we were talking about, say social media management, say app developer, gamification developer. Equally, there's somebody called a wedding planner, right? There is somebody, who is working in the media, in the hospitality. I was just trying to jot down, I was sitting here, I was trying to jot down. I came to 50 and I stopped the list. It is like, from game developer to wedding planner to event manager to digital marketing to online teaching to media management to sports, and it's huge. We need to understand actually, where is the demand, what are the things which are available. I think most of us do not understand this very well, and when we talk about non-conventional, we mostly talk about IT. Okay, so that's my submission, and then let's move on. We need to understand this space a lot more in details. What all non-conventional job opportunities are there, and how do we prepare the people who will get into that space?
Absolutely. In fact, going a little ahead, Chandrama, as you said rightly, creating awareness about the availability. So, what do you think we should do, or the nation should do, or planners and those who are sitting in the planning seat should do with regard to ensuring that there is enough communication about the availability of these avenues? I think that's the first step.
So you mean, Ranjan, awareness generation,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Yes, I think we need to do a lot. We understand very little of it, very, very little. So first and foremost, it's not only awareness generation, it's also mindset change. How many, I'm not talking about Gen Z, I'm not talking about Alpha, they will do any which way whatever they want to do. And they're mostly purpose driven, they exactly know what they want to do. And Dr. Mithal rightly said, and this is my favorite, they are not product of scarce society, they are product of abundant economy. So they will do whatever they want to do. We the parents, how many of you would be very happy if your child gets to a non-conventional area? They don't become a doctor, engineer, lawyer, so on and so forth, but they become a wedding planner or a gamification development person or a social media development person or so on and so forth, right? So I think a lot of awareness generation is required at the high school level, at the college level, not only in tier 1 cities, in semi-urban, rural, everywhere, where we need to talk about what kind of opportunities are there. Tremendous opportunities are there. People are still little scared of, as Indrajit was saying now, we need to treat them well. Still gig people get kind of a second-hand treatment in the organization, right? So we need to assure these people and the parents, who are still little influencer in India, that they have getting into a safe space. I'm sure we all know that there are many gig discovery platforms. They are working on it. Gig people's salary, their regular training, online training, their insurance and other areas. They're still working on that. So there is a great need to make a safe space for the gig people, who are coming in. That's a part of awareness generation. Secondly, we need to showcase. We need to showcase success of non-conventional people who have gone for non-conventional employment and who have done extremely well for themselves. Lot of need to do promotion like what we are doing today. But still, Ranjan, we are doing it at a very, very 30,000 feet level, actually speaking. We need to get into specific areas, specific industry, what are the kind of things are available. Non-conventional is a 30,000 feet story. We need to get into specific, and we have a responsibility to do that. I'm talking about the chambers, different kind of forum where we go. We definitely have a responsibility to do that as we are doing it today. Need to do career fairs, okay, where people will get to come and learn what all opportunities are available. Secondly, I was thinking, I've seen in many hospitality industry, they do a kind of summer camp kind of a thing, where kids come and see whether they like it or they don't like it. I think more and more industry should do that. They should come because, this Zen people, alpha people, they're very, very clear, what they want, what they don't want. They should go and test it for themselves. Like hospitality industry offers it, summer camp is a very common thing. Many others should offer, they should come and see whether they like it or they don't like it. I think that would be a very interesting thing for awareness generation. And of course, social media campaign. Rigorous social media campaign on video, success stories, whatever you want to do. We need to talk a lot more about, there's a tremendous future in non-conventional space, possibly much more than the conventional space.
In fact, Chandrima, I just want to add up here. There's a lot of internship which is happening now, both on the post-graduation level and the graduation level. The couple of CVs which I've seen in the last 2 years, I never have seen that 5 years back or 6 years back. And colleges are in the forefront in experimenting that particular thing. So that's a welcome change.
So what kind of colleges you are talking about?
Particularly, it started with the MBA colleges. Yeah. They just put them into not just the summer placement I'm talking about.
Okay.
In a year, they try to send this particular student to do internship. It might be a 15-day internship.
Yeah,
but
right.
It will be in a block of 4, right?
Right,
Every quarter one.
Mm-hmm.
So that's again, you need to find out where you really suit in, right? Or where.
Yeah, you must find out where you're really suiting, and you need to go and check for yourself.
Absolutely. So a question for you, Indrajit. To make this more attractive to job seekers, what kind of training or what kind of infra do you think broadly we should be looking at?
You see, the thing, what I think is, to make it more attractive to job seekers, we got to train the organizations, because from what I see, my experience in dealing with firms and consulting companies, it's the management of these organizations, some of them I'm saying, okay, some of them are very, very progressive, who have a mental block with the gig, with the concept of the gig, okay. For them, it's just something random which is happening on the side, okay. Youngsters are participating in it, and you have to tolerate it and drop a few catchwords, right? What they are not realizing is that very quickly, not quickly, very quickly all of that is going to change, right? If they don't have gig capacities built into their organizations, well, they won't be able to pay for running their organizations to begin with, right? So they're going to be a lot of problems. So mindset changes in the management of these organizations is what I would suggest. I know it's looking at the pole the other side, right? But if they warm up to it, and it is cascaded down the management, and the gig infrastructure is more welcome and plugs in better to the organizations, it is these organizations which will grow faster and become more competitive, is what I feel. Other than that, of course, messaging, Chandrima spoke about social media, you kind of support the wave, support the phenomena, is what I feel. If you can do that, it's going to click.
I think very rightly said, and I think it brings us back to the topic we were discussing in the previous fireside chat, and I think there was a question by you, Professor, that why aren't we getting in social science students directly into corporates? And I think understanding the social milieu and how it's impacting the generation of workforce which is coming in, and their behaviors and the skills and the knowledge that they would bring onto the table is something which is very important, and that's why we would need more and more social science students into corporates directly. I think that's one thing. But coming back to the topic, Sudhakar, question for you. What do you think are the key challenges that job seekers would be confronted with when they move into this avenue?
These are generic ones, but very pertinent ones, because this is what I have seen in my last 2 decades is when a job seeker comes and does his interview and goes back, and it's not, I'm saying this, the statistics says again, 40% of them don't get a response. So ghosting is not good, right? And somewhere we need to clearly tell them that yes, you have not been selected, or if you can go one down as to, if you're not selected, what are the reasons why you're not selected? So that's because that's their right? They need to know about it, right? That's one thing, that's one of the biggest challenges. Second one is, you need to tailor make your CV. You cannot have, like what Sanjay Muttal was also saying, one size fits all. You cannot have that particular thing. You need to structure your CVs, depending on the job role you're applying for. So these are the 2 things, and the third important thing which generally employees face is they don't have much information about the insider information I'm talking about on the company, right? While most of them you could get it on the net, the balance sheet and all of that, but generally the culture, what is the role you'll be playing in that particular thing, who's your the boss you're reporting to, all of that really matters a lot, right? So that's the third thing which I want to highlight. So these are the few things which came across. Yeah.
Thank you. So as we come to the end of this session, I just thought we'd take a quick snapshot view from each of the panelists. So let's begin with you, Chandrima. A quick snapshot view about what do you think about this subject and its importance and its consequence.
So I think it will become very, very important for all of us in the society and the economy and the industry, and we are going to realize that very soon. More and more people will opt for non-conventional employment, and more will come into gig economy, okay? And we got to get ready for that. As Sudhakar was saying, corporates are very arrogant actually, We interview people and we don't even get back and tell them that you are not selected. We are that arrogant. Very soon we will not get people unless we are ready to embrace gig people into our kind of system. That's one thing. Second thing I would like to say is that I think there's a need to focus on the course content. What I mean by that is, see, if you typically go to an engineering course or an MBA course which have been developed over the years, there is certain kind of standard and rigor into that. Okay, when get into courses like, say, ethical hacking or say social media management or game development, the standards are not very clear yet. Some kind of certification is required for that, so that we can measure the outcome of these courses, because many people will go for these courses and the corporate will take these people. Okay, and the third thing I would like to say is that non-conventional employment is mostly about gig people, that we all know, right? So in a way, they will be connected with the corporate in some way or the other, right? They have to be somewhere given their core skill they are going to have, but they're going to work on their own. But they have to be given this ability to go and work in the corporate, whether it's the team, how to maneuver corporate, how to manage in the team, maybe the interpersonal ability to manage with the team, so-called the soft skill part of it. Though I don't believe in that. I think soft about it really. It's the most difficult part of it. That skill has to be imparted to the people who are essentially on their own. And it's not easy to be on your own. That part of it, unless we figure out a way how to give it to them, the corporate is going to suffer for that. That's my view.
Thank you so much. And taking it forward, I think moonlighting will no longer be moonlighting. You know, that'll be a part of the game across organizations. Over to you, Sudhakar. Your final words.
Yeah, two things. One is the adaptability quotient. It has to be extremely high. And then the upskilling part. If India has to grow at 8% GDP, these two things become very, very critical, especially in this particular workforce which you're talking about. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Indrajit.
I'll make it quick. I think all the points have been covered. But all I'd like to say is that we are heading towards a brave new world, which is not draconian, if I may coin the word. You know. So let's look forward. You know, as I was saying, like the mega trend is going to not only hit jobs and employment, but it's going to hit the whole of society, right? Things are going to be different, but they're going to be all good, right? As long as you can open your minds to it. So employers, open your mind. Academics, open your mind. Gig workers, open your mind. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We come to the end of this session. Quick round of questions. We'll take a maximum of 4 questions and we'll just end it. Yes, over to you. A mic for him, please. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, hi, panelist. I have a follow-up question on...
Louder, ma'am.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question on the discussion that we had. You know, gig workers is not new. Perhaps in India it's coming as a new trend, but way back Japan, we had something called the Project Samurais. They were very much similar to gig workers. Then in America you have consultants, W2 consultants who work in this kind of a structure. So that's also kind of a gig structure. Now in India, as you said, that there is a gap. People mindset is not right. Now we all understand there has to be a change, there is a trend, industry has to change. Now how do you think the industry will adapt, and what should be the 1, 2, 3, 4s of the industry in order to adapt itself to such a change? You mentioned, right, that the mindset has to change. So how do you change the mindset? It's not that easy. That's my question.
Can I take the question? I think it's more or less directed at me.
Not exactly, to the entire panel.
Okay, but a good question. I think, yes. How is it actually going to be, how is it actually going to change, right? Here you have us, waving about and shouting out that there's going to be change. So it's going to happen through evangelists to begin with, right? There are already quite a few of gig evangelists who are bridging between government employers and gig workers. There are organizations who are doing it as well. Okay, like I spoke about Gig India and maybe in the digital format, but there are other organizations as well. So that's one. 2, our government, as in the government of India, has taken very, very serious cognizance to this gig economy thing, right? And they understand, they feel the pulse, right? That they're going to have to participate, right? So they're going to set in formal systems to support this. I don't know how it's going to pan out. It's too early in the day, right? Also, when you see these alphas become CEOs, which is going to happen pretty soon, because they are not going to become CEOs like we have become, slogging it through the years, right? Wearing badges of experience. Nope. These guys are going to become CEOs much earlier, and they're going to be catalysts. Somebody was talking about catalysts and stuff like that. They're going to catalyze the process as well. So you ask for a 1, 2, 3. I think these are the things which are going to lead to, spread the word and make this gig economy thing happen, right? Thank you.
Can I just add, You know, when Dr. Muthal was talking about this abundant economy and scarcity economy, I was just thinking in my mind, when do we change? I was just saying that maybe when old haggards like us go out, then only it changes, right? You have given the answer. But you have given the answer, even before we go out, that alpha guys will come in and they're going to change it. They change the organization from a scarcity mindset to an abundant mindset.
Yes, any more questions?
Hi. So we talked a lot about this gig economy, right? And I just want to take out this terminology gig. If I look into it, the first thing that comes into my mind is perhaps a statement, you know what, I've hired a musical group or a band for a gig. Basically is that I'm hiring them for a one-time act. And we are talking about how companies should adapt it and even the entire economy should embrace this economy. Perhaps renaming the gig economy, rebranding it, can that, you know, be the stepping stone to the future? Rebranding it in a different way or repackaging it, perhaps?
Can I take this?
Yeah.
See, you know, apart from rebranding it, you know, it's more to say that when you said it's a one-time act, it's not as simply put as that, you know. It's going to be a 6-month act. It's going to be a 12-month act, or maybe an 18-month act, or a 24-month act, or even longer. Or it could be a 3-month act. You know, so a one-time act is an urban company person coming and fixing something at your home. But when an organization adapts and brings in these kind of gig workers, it's going to be, it might be a continuous, future continuous presence kind of a situation, you know. So that's what I feel is going to happen. Anybody wanted to add on something? All right. Any more questions? All answers given. Right, thank you so much. We wrap up today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ranjan Banerjee, Sudhakar, Dr. Chandrima Banerjee, and the enfant terrible, Indrajit. If I may call you so, like all good things in the world, everything must come to an end. We started at 3 o'clock. Luckily, we managed by 7 p.m. We didn't go up to 9 p.m., but I really liked your Josh. Can we give a big round of applause for the audience? The audience was terrific. They had continuously cheered us. So I'd request Mr. Ranjan Banerjee to kindly felicitate Sudhakar. Mr. Sudhakar Kamath, Vice President, Enterprise Partnership Refine. And then on to Dr. Chandrima Banerjee, Director, Unigrow Solutions. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your spirited a round of applause for this. And Mr. Ranjan Banerjee, could you kindly felicitate Mr. Indrajit Gupta, co-founder and partner of Core Mindseek, the man who said, "Embrace the brave new world." That is the defining moment of this new convention, the group photo. And we cannot leave Ranjan Banerjee, you know, stay hungry, stay foolish. So we'll have Joydeep Chatterjee, the co-chair of the People Management Committee. Joydeep, if you can kindly come and felicitate Ranjan Banerjee, Head HR, Berger Paints. A big round of applause to Ranjan Banerjee. Thank you so much, panelists. It was wonderful having you. And especially Ranjan Banerjee, you had the biggest portfolio, 3 speakers. You did very well. And it was a pleasure having you. We are into the closing moments. I will request, just like dessert comes at the end, I'll request Sudhanshu, HR Head, Super Specialty Medica, Mr. Sudhanshu Roy, to propose a vote of thanks for this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Moss. Good evening, everyone. It has been an honor to be a part of this wonderful event, the People Management Conclave, Employability Challenges of the Next Gen 4th edition. On behalf of BCCI, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Subir Chakravarti, President BCCI, Mr. Gautam Ray, President Delegate BCCI, Mr. Ranjan Sharkar, Chairman People's Committee, and Mr. Sumit Dasgupta, Mentor People's Committee, for inspiring us for having this 4th edition of the conference. My special thanks to Mr. Vinay Ranjan, Director Coal India, for gracing the program. I would also like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to our esteemed guest speakers and panelists for sharing their insights. Their strategic guidance will greatly help all of us combat present challenges and prepare our organization for the future. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all the participants for making the time to be with us today. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our sponsors, Exide Industries Limited, GIS Group, Coal India Limited, People's Pro Management Services Private Limited, our gold partners, Refine, India Power Corporation Limited, CSC Limited, Om Dayal Group of Industry Institutions, event partners like PwC, MCKV Institute of Engineering, Kingston Educational Institute, Encore Mindseek, VC Communications, Shikshayatan Foundation, and our gift partners Contacts, Premium Leather Collections, for sponsoring this event. I would also like to offer sincere thanks to all my colleagues from BCCI team, especially Mr. Shivam, Mr. Devjit, Ms. Rajshri, Ms. Vinita, and last but not the least, Mr. Rahul Bose, for all their support for organizing today's memorable event. I would like to extend my special thanks to BCCI People Committee management team and look forward to conducting more such events in the future for our HR fraternity. Finally, a huge round of applause for all the participants for making time to be with us today and for helping us make this conference a huge success. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudhanshu. The evening has just begun. Kindly travel to the 3rd floor for networking cocktails. The program has ended, but the evening has begun. The bar is open. Thank you all.